Hello, friends! Happy Saturday. How is everyone today? How is everyone doing? Time for some BG3. It's that time. I love Saturdays. I love Gigi. I love streaming with Gigi. I love streaming with Gigi's community. It's one of my favorite days. So, hello. Hello, hello. Yes, Nikki, you can only get first one more time. That's crazy. Nikki, what are you gonna do after that? What are you gonna do after that? Who else do we have? Who else do we have? Ark! Hello, Ark. Congratulations on being second. Hello, Horseman. Hello, Oni. YT, I know you can't hear me, but hello, hello, hello. Okay. Sadder day. It's not a sad day. It's a good day. What about us? You don't leave streaming for us? I do love streaming for you. Obviously, I love streaming for you. That's why I stream 4 other days a week. Why are you guys always trying to make me feel bad? Why are you guys always trying to make me seem like I'm the bad guy, You guys always pick on me. You guys always pick on me. I'm just trying to play this brand new game, this Baldur's Gate game that I've never heard of before. I've never played before. I'm just trying to play it for the first time. I'm just trying to play for the first time. Bum 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 bum. 90 streams in a row. That's crazy. You guys are champs. Honestly, I love that like literally none of you miss a stream and you're always here. That's awesome. That's awesome, possum. I got this really cool game yesterday called KCD2. I think you might like it. KCD2. Interesting.
Hello?
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 Hello? How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay.
Is that why you hate me? Because I missed a couple? Yes, that's why. If you ruin your stream streak in my stream, you're dead to me.
Dead to me.
You're dead to me.
Dead.
You might as well just never show your face again. No, I'm kidding.
No. Don't ever say that.
Oni, that's really nice of you to say. I love that. I love that you're here too. Okay, so we have a big day today. But I have to warn you of something before we start. I don't know how much you care or how concerned you will be. If we do this next part without Shadowheart in our party, she will get mad and she will leave.
Oh, okay. We should probably bring her then.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want me to swap Astarion out so you can have Karlach. I have one check in this next area that I'll need to do for Astarion. But I don't necessarily really need him. Unless you want to swap out Shadowheart so that way you can experience the story that she's gonna do.
Yeah, that probably makes sense. Okay, I am sorry.
You'll have to level her up and stuff too.
I'm sorry, girlfriend.
Darling.
Darling! Hi, darling, can you stay behind?
No, I'm sorry, I changed my mind.
Wait, can you still do the story, please? I'm sorry!
You can't leave.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Hi, Nikki. You need to stay behind in camp for now. I'm sorry.
Sounds boring.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
Oh, fine. I'll be here eating dirt or whatever.
It's only for a little bit, I promise. I'm sorry. You made bagels like from scratch?
That's amazing. Bagels are so
From
good.
Scratched bagels?
She can finally seek out
And
the
then
touch of
she
another,
leaves her behind.
only to be told she might not have
And then
much
her
time.
girlfriend abandons her.
Look at Astarion
Oh,
throwing
God.
knives in the
Oh.
background.
God, I got so many fucking dialogue. I haven't talked to this bitch.
I know, she has her generic armor and everything on.
I know. Gigi got a little kissy with Karlak. Excuse me?
She'll keep it nice and clean on this good Christian Minecraft server. Yes.
I don't know if you've ever met me, but I've never kept anything clean.
No. This is a good Christian Minecraft co-stream.
I don't recall agreeing to that. There are 7 dialogue options.
He's
Sure.
trouble.
Well, one of them is
Worse,
leave.
he's a traitor.
That's true.
Whatever loyalty he had towards Lady Shar is
Get the
long
fuck
gone.
out.
It would please her greatly to see him meet his long overdue end, I'll wager.
Okay, fucking calm down.
Yeah,
with blunt
Nikki,
thing.
exactly. GG, I'm sure you wash things.
Okay, listen, that's not what I meant.
Menta.
Menta. What does that mean?
Everything, potentially. There is scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shar, save perhaps if you become the head of her church. To become a Dark Justiciar is to become the Night Singer's sword arm, her implement with which she will cast down the
Okay,
unbelievers.
you need
and
to
win
fucking
the
calm
final
down.
battle to restore her perfect, endless darkness. It's all
Girl.
I ever wanted. I prayed it was my calling.
Girl,
Mother
totally
forbid me
clean.
from seeking to prove myself worthy
Yeah,
of the
because
rank.
the shenanigans of
She said I
yesterday's
was
stream
not
weren't
ready.
your fault or anything.
So, if I could make
Not
another
my
suggestion, you can do
mother,
whatever you want to
mother,
do with
I
her.
should add.
She's a
The Mother Superior,
trickery
head of Lady
domain
Shar's
cleric,
enclave in Baldur's Gate.
Uh-huh.
and
Sometimes
I don't
wonder
know
if she'll
why
ever
she's a
deem me
trickery
ready.
domain cleric. I usually keep
I
her
owe
a
her
cleric, but I
everything,
usually change her to a
but I
different
only wish to
domain.
serve, yet she
Um,
can prove
And if you use
inscrutable.
Spirit Guardian on her with her, and I give you the luminous armor, she'll be a fucking tank.
Sounds great. I didn't mean to make this a whole thing.
I
I
don't know.
just wanted to get through all your dialogue.
Perhaps if I succeed in my mission and reach Baldur's Gate,
She said it. She said
Baldur's
it.
Gate.
She said the thing.
Baldur's
Baldur's
Gate!
Gate!
little place
She said
amongst Lady
it!
Shar's children. It's an illusion, a distraction.
You're right, YT. Sorry, my
For
bad.
this,
I didn't mean to insinuate that you were a
I
troublemaker.
hope my time will yet come.
That was a load of nothing. Not sure why you bothered telling me that.
Bitch.
I'm not sure why you even
Dark
bothered.
Justiciars are hated by
Why are
many.
you
Hi,
talking
Noelle.
right now?
Welcome in. How are you?
Even the few who would accept a follower of Lady Shar would likely balk at a justiciar in their midst.
Justiciar in their
There's
midst.
a simpler answer to your question. I simply forgot about the desire I had until I saw some
Oh,
things that
God.
reminded me.
So fucking tired. Okay.
Now, I can't get it out of my mind.
Donut-shaped banana bread with peanut butter frost. Oh my god, why does that sound so good?
Oh, I think
Happy New Year to
about
you.
I
Thank you.
just can't get you out
I
of
had a
my
feeling you'd be
head.
understanding.
Do you want it?
You thought of me.
Okay, calm down.
Thank you. It's beautiful. I'll find a place of honor for it in camp.
Oh yeah, sorry I
Nobody's ever
stole your
given me anything
clothes,
before.
Shadowheart.
No, she's fine.
Do I owe you in return?
How's your Christmas? It was nice. I streamed and I hung out with the
Thank you.
community and it was really nice. How was
Lady
yours?
Shar teaches us to forswear material goods. But I think she'll make an exception for her own image. I wonder,
Her eyes are pretty.
perhaps this is connected to the Dark Justiciars. This
They're
is
very
no
green.
coincidence, I'm sure of it.
Her
need to
haircut
keep
just
an eye
doesn't
out
do
for
her
more
justice,
signs.
really.
I don't.
Learn
The
more
blunt
about
bangs.
Justiciar's presence
The
in your
flat
lands.
blunt
It
bangs.
could be important. As long as I've prayed to Lady Shar, I've wished to serve her as a dark justiciar.
I know. We literally just talked about
Scarcely
that.
A greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shar.
How did we get there? We just talked about this.
Listen, Shadowheart, you're a religious cultist, okay? Like, just, we get it. You have more going on under the surface than that, though. Come on.
Thank you. I should have known you'd be understanding.
Sure, I wasn't really paying attention. I just picked the dialogue option that seemed nicest. Okay, we're almost done.
The wound on my hand. It never quite heals. And sometimes it causes terrible pain to rip through me. It's my burden, though, from Lady Shar.
Okay.
I can feel her influence somehow.
Told you.
Sure. Sure you can.
She's in a cult.
I know. Turn to other
Don't spoil anything, Oni.
I'll try my best. But secrecy is ingrained.
Yeah, no
in me.
spoilsies.
Lady Shar considers it greater protection than any shield or armor.
You guys switch to with Hyrule Warriors and Donkey Kong
Okay, let me
Bonanza. Then you get
turn
Resident
up
Evil 2 and 3. Awesome. Noelle, that sounds like a really nice Christmas.
I cannot say.
She does
Not
talk
with what
pretty
I can
quietly,
recall.
but I turned up game audio, so hopefully that's
But
better.
even then, it would not be for me to question her will. Lady Shar has her reasons. It's difficult to say. Sometimes I wonder if it's supposed to be guiding me, punishing me, testing me. But perhaps it's none of those. Perhaps it's completely random.
Is that better, you
I'd
guys?
like to hope there's more to it than that. Some meaning that Lady Shar will reveal to me when the time is right. Until then, all I can do is endure.
Okay. Oh, no, there's still more. Okay, hold on.
It's less difficult than you might imagine. when you
Yeah,
can't
she talks for
remember
a
life
while.
without it.
Better? Okay, okay.
Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shar.
Cool. Thank you.
It's been so
Pain
long you can
give
hardly
way to
remember the cult
loss
you were
and
in.
the peace of her
That's just
eternal
because you're an old
darkness.
lady, Nikki.
You can tolerate a great deal of
So
suffering so
old.
long as it has meaning.
old.
I can scarcely remember my
Your
teen
grandmother
years.
was in a cult back in her prime.
Join me.
All right, some company wouldn't hurt on the road, especially if there's trouble.
Trouble.
Alright, you'll have
Right
to
here
level
in-
her up.
Get leveled. Okay. Cleric. Oh my gosh.
Because our cult leader doesn't care about our devoted father. Oh my gosh, are you referencing Cult of the Lamb?
Yes.
Are you referencing the fact that I haven't played Cult of the Lamb? I told you guys that there's a DLC coming out, and we'll play it again when the DLC comes out.
That's fucking crazy.
I
bursting
told
thing.
you.
I think I'm gonna go with Toll the Dead. I don't know how spells work. Oh my god. Do I suddenly have to like figure out spells?
Yeah. Or you can assign her to me and I can level her up
No,
real
no, no,
quick.
no, 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 no. No, no, because then
Then
no,
you'll
it's fine.
then you won't learn. Okay. So I would do. Okay, so yeah, so prepared up top means what you can do, like the spells you can use, and the ones on the bottom is everything you know. So you can only do 7 at a time. So like you'll have to swap out ones that you're not going to use and stuff.
Old person might be good.
Yeah, but hold person is fine. It's just it's easier at lower levels. It's going to start getting harder now. It's going to be harder for enemies. Or easier for enemies to pass checks, I guess, whatever.
Cure wounds.
I love spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapon I definitely suggest for sure. Basically anything that does luminous damage or radiant damage. And then I'll get the luminous armor and put it in her inventory. We'll go Shadowheart. What else can she probably use?
Healing word.
That one. And then in terms of, do I have any weapons that she would be good with?
All right. What kind of feat should I give you?
Feet!
Feat! I'm gonna do the same thing that I keep doing as ability improvement. Have more wisdom. And more, I don't know, strength, sure. Level 4! Just lobbing spells.
Yeah, but she's a cleric, so you can still do physical damage with her.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess... Well, no, because you're not keeping her long term, probably, so I'm not going to give you a Starian's weapon.
There's so many things. Spirit Guardians, that's one you said, right?
Well, let me look at the icon of it. Yeah.
I want mass healing word could be good too.
Mass healing. Yeah, basically, if she has all much all the healings are good. She has one that will revive you if you die.
Revivify.
Yeah. Trying to think if there's any in particular that we would need in this particular area. If she can learn... I don't know if she can, because she's just a cleric. If she can learn anything, like, for example, like, if she can learn, like, Enhanced Leap or anything like that, it's helpful, but otherwise I can do it for everybody.
I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah. Received a DVD copy of the Dalmatians movies. That's cute. I haven't seen those in a long time. The ones with Glenn Close, right? I haven't
Oh,
seen those in
fantastic.
forever. Yeah.
Blanc.
So I put a light hammer, the luminous armor, and a tiara in her inventory that you might want to start off with. I mean, I technically could, for the sake of this, give you Astarian's weapon.
Well, let me see what weapons I have.
Yeah.
So I've got a shit ton at camp.
Yeah, basically anything that does luminous damage is going to be super good for her right now. I keep saying luminous, but it's radiant. Because it's luminous armor.
Have to keep going.
Level 4. Guardian of Faith, freedom of movement. Death Ward would be good.
Yes. If you read the books, your character gains the knowledge from those books, yeah. Like, in terms of, like, story beats going forward. So, like, if you read a book, and then later on you have to know a combination for something, your character's just gonna know it. Like, for...
Oh, shit. I should read some books then.
Yeah.
I've got a lot in my...
Yeah. Just always just read all of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Because some of them have checks, too. Some of them will just have, like, random, like, religious checks and stuff like that, yeah.
Blink. Level up. Level 8. Feet!
Feet. Cult of Lamb is so good. It is so good. I'm so excited they're doing like an actual DLC, like a gameplay DLC. Like they did a couple DLCs, but they were just like extra followers and like extra clothes and stuff like that. You watch the finals? I love Stranger Things. I love Stranger Things.
Careful, no spoilers.
Yes, no spoilers for the finals. No spoilers for Stranger Things in general because Gigi is in the middle of currently watching. But
Yes, I
especially don't spoil the end.
We are what, halfway through season 4?
Halfway through season 4. Yep. Hi, Dirge. You've never watched it. I mean, I personally love it, but I will spoil everything. Hi, Tori. It's now stinky. Oh no. It's spoiled and stinky. Oh no. I can't believe you spoiled and stinkied my Stranger Things. You spoiled and stinked my Stranger
Oh
Things.
no, not the spoil stink.
You got your stinky in my Stranger Things. Is it still a spoil if you don't know if it's true or not? I mean, yes. I would say. If you're like, hey, this is what happens at the end, but you're like, I don't really know if it's true or not. That could still be a spoiler. Hi, Ark.
What do we got?
Guys, are you excited for tomorrow? Because I'm excited.
I'm so excited. This one, Shining Staver of Skulls, does radiant damage.
Yeah, so anything that does radiant is very good. In terms of this. Yeah, I didn't have any boots or gloves that were like really super beneficial to her.
I've got some stuff. Hold on.
Yeah, I know you've got like everything.
I've got so many things in my inventory.
I mean, the only boots that I have that might be helpful is I have this enhanced vaulting, so like the jump distance is increased by 1.5, and acrobatics is a +1. Isn't someone doing some sort of event tomorrow? I don't know. I think so.
I feel like
I heard a rumor about somebody hosting an event tomorrow. Yeah, I think so.
Seems kind of dumb. Just kidding.
Noelle, I have not seen that show, nor have I seen either of the movies or the old movies because I don't like scary things. I don't like scary.
This might be good for her. An amulet.
I
Can
get
borrow your
too
boots.
scared.
Your giant size 14 cowboy boots, or is it 16? You said 16. Size 16 cowboy boots.
That's fine. What have you seen? Name 5 things you've seen with your eyes today. I haven't seen anything.
I've never seen.
I don't even know how to see.
My eyes don't work.
Yeah. My eyes also don't work. I had to get them lasered because they don't work.
I've never actually had eyes.
I still have my baby eyes. They haven't fallen out yet.
It's a little bit rude for you to assume that I have eyes.
That I have eyes, honestly. How rude.
Like,
Oh, here we go. This one for her as well, that ring. I found a ring. 2 additional hit points when you heal somebody.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I was just starting to go through the rings I have.
Yeah. I just found that one.
Can't be blinded. Gives light. Resistance to poison.
I wish there was like a shared chest between us.
I know.
Like it would just be so much better if we could just throw all of these together. I mean, technically we could because we could just put them in like Will and Lae'zel and all them, but .
Sure, and now you're not gonna be spidery. You're welcome. Don't say I never did anything for you.
No clowns. I was a clown when I was a little girl. Dead serious. I went to clown camp and everything.
Ooh, this does extra stuff with radiant damage, so that's helpful.
Yeah, so literally, I'm not gonna tell you how to play, but drop fucking Spirit Guardians down, and you become a Beyblade, and you just walk around and just walk in between everybody with the radiant armor that does explosive radiant damage every time you do radiant damage to an enemy. It's
yeah.
fucking insane. That's
Hell
what I call
yeah.
her. I call her Beyblade Shadowheart.
Beyblades Johnson. Hang on, I'm just clicking into all of my books real quick. Am I reading it? No.
No, you don't need to. Just your character will know it.
Yup.
Your character will know the information. You saw the old It when you were a kid? No. I feel like I saw it when I was younger too, or like saw parts of it, or I saw something to do with it, and I was just like, no thanks, that's fucking terrifying.
No, thank you.
No thanks, that's fucking terrifying. I love clowns. Do you really?
I like Stephen King.
See, I just got inspired by whatever you just read.
Yup, you're
See?
welcome.
There's benefits to reading them for sure.
A goth clown girlfriend. Oh hey, we just got a recipe. You're welcome.
A goth clown girlfriend. Well, you are a clown, so I guess that makes sense. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Got him.
Got
Bro, why is the mirror so far away?
Big titty goth clown girl? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Clowns of a feather honk honk together. Fuck you. I hate that so much, I'm quoting it.
Oh.
God. You can delete this if you don't want it. Oh, God.
Stupid.
I hate it so much.
You've been immortalized.
Oh, there's plenty of Dirge quotes in there because I've also streamed with Dirge a lot, so there's plenty of Dirge quotes in there. I knew that was. Sometimes you know, if you know your audience, sometimes you know when it's gonna hit, and that one hit, for me. It didn't hit for Gigi, but that one hit for me.
I thought it was silly. It was not worth quoting.
I thought it was so stupid.
Okay. Here we are. Oh, are you changing your hair?
No, so whenever you change your armor, if you go into the magic mirror, it will refresh your little picture. Oh wait, it didn't do it. Hold on. If they patch this, it's gonna make me so sad.
Is your picture not changed?
Yay, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you change your armor, if you go into the magic mirror and go back out, it changes it so it matches.
I can't think of a need to change.
I know. Well, it changes whenever you level.
My armor changes?
In your profile picture. See, like your little icon, your little character thing? Like, it changes your armor when you change your armor, but it only does it when you level up. But you can force it to update your armor if you go into the to the mirror. Like I said, it's stupid and it's just a little it's stupid,
That's
but I like to do it.
It's fine. Thanks for the hydrate.
Stupid.
So much to be ready for tomorrow. Why are you nervous?
You can't change the size of their boobs. Well, because it's not supposed to be about that. It's supposed to be about...
It's not a booby game.
It's not about that. It's about the characters. Alright.
If you vape the weed, it turns into edibles. Performance is okay. Okay.
Is this my first playthrough? It is not my first playthrough, but it is
It's fine.
Gigi's first playthrough. This
I
is
am
my
baby.
22nd playthrough.
I am baby.
Okay, so we can go to the mausoleum.
Sure.
Yeah, I've never played this. No, I've
I've never
definitely
opened the game.
never played this.
Never even opened
Definitely
it.
not.
If it's not a booby game, then why can you take all the clothes off the characters? Okay, listen.
Right, but like, you don't get to change anything about any of the bodies. So like,
Yeah.
it's not about that. You can't change any of the bodies. You can only change the bodies based on the race and the stuff like that. You can't. Yeah.
If
Playing
it's not
Sonic
a booby
Racing
game-
Worlds. I go back, Noelle. Don't worry. Because Pac-Man and Ghost Game was released for the aforementioned racing games. That's cool. You like Sonic Racing?
Wait, why? Oh, because the gold weighs so much money. Fuck. Like, why am I already almost encumbered and I have nothing? Are you going in here?
Yeah.
Sigils. Attempts to restrain Lady Shar's power, perhaps. Failed attempts.
Sports Crossfire. That's fun. Yeah, I think Key plays it.
Listen, Withers can have big naturals, but only via mod.
But yeah, there's
Ritual
plenty of
problems.
mods out there for anybody who needs to get their goon off. Which I don't understand because you can goon plenty
Get
to this game on
gooned.
its own.
Get gooned. Bish. Hashtag rich girl problems. That's me.
Zirel, Minthara, whoever you
Salty what?
I shall carry out general forms.
Oh, you can?
Happening.
Oh, you can. Have you seen this vampire guy in here? Let me tell you about this
Have you
vampire
seen-
guy.
Have you seen? Oh my god.
Let
have
me
you
tell you about this
seen-
vampire
Oh
guy.
my god, there's. Oh my god, have you seen?
You want to get your goon off? Well, let me introduce you to this vampire guy.
Hello,
Noble
man.
form, beloved wife and mother.
I wish I could. What do you
They are
mean?
El Telere Manon here.
Chat made me fuck the bear. No, you were bribed for $10, by the way, to fuck the bear.
Is that all it takes?
That's all it
$10?
took was $10.
Dirge. Sounds like you
Dirge.
wanted to, sounds like you wanted to
I
fuck
sounds
the
like you kind of
bear.
wanted to. I'm
Sounds
not,
like you
I'm not
super
tied
wanted
to my
fuck
character.
The bear. Sounds like you were
It ain't about the money.
curious.
Well, it is about the money in this case because Dirge had to go back and he had to like edit his save files and shit because he was already too far and he already missed the opportunity. So my stuff was broken. Oh, I had. Okay, so my very, 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 very first play. Keep in mind, this is my 22nd playthrough. 22nd? 22nd?
20 seconds.
Second, whatever. This is my 22nd time playing this game. My very first one, my Karlach and my Will were broken. They were acting like, hold on, I have to mute it because we didn't actually do this in this playthrough, so hold on. My Karlach and my Will were broken
Secrets.
because they were acting like I invaded and
IRL
attacked
Lilith,
the
excuse me,
grove
Dirge, she's my
with
girlfriend.
Minthara, which I did not do. So they were bugged and they were mad at me because they were acting like I
Looney
destroyed the
Tunes.
grove, which I didn't do.
22nd.
And then I had the Gale glitch once. I failed convincing Shadowheart to not kill Lae'zel in their little cat fight that one time once. So I had a dead Lae'zel who just appeared from camp to camp to camp to camp to camp for the rest of the game. Like we
Sure.
packed Lae'zel up every time that we moved camps.
Just here she
just
goes.
yeah, just pack Lae'zel up, guys, when we were packing up our
Remember to
camps.
pack Lae'zel? Who remembered?
I
Whose job
also
was it?
I also had the thing happen where if you tell Gale, so there used to be, I don't know if it was a glitch or it was, I don't know, but there used to be a thing where Gale would only take the magical items that were physically on your person instead of like in your inventory. And so I kept saying like, no, wait, hold on. Like, and I think if you tell him, no, wait, hold on, I don't have anything, like 3 times, he gets pissed off and he just like fucks off and he leaves.
Oh.
So I had that happen to me in one playthrough. Like, I've experienced like so many. I had the Halcyon glitch where Halcyon was like 100% approval and like was convinced that I was in love with him and we were like exclusively in a relationship for like half of my game, when I was like, I am 100% in a relationship, 100% approval with Astarion. Like, no.
Oops.
I had that glitch once. Yeah, I've had all of them. I've had so many. I've had the Will approval glitch happen before too, where like Will like thought we were together. Like, yeah, I've had all of them happen. I've had all of them think they're in love with me.
Wow.
Wow. You stuff them in a bag. I did that with one playthrough. I had a I think she was a dwarf. Oh, was she a dwarf or was she a halfling? I don't know. I had a dwarf or halfling fighter character, and I did improvised weapons, and that's what I did, is I threw dead people at people.
Amazing.
And that was what I did for an entire playthrough as well. Astrobot on PS5. Astrobot won Game of the Year last year, so
I've heard
not
good
last
things
year,
about it.
2024, and because we are in 2026 now. Won 2024 Game of the Year.
Well, last year's game.
Last
award.
year's Game of the Year, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just looting bones over here.
I'm just waiting for you to do your
Loot my
thing.
bones?
Well,
Looting
do your
bones?
I don't want to like activate
I'm looting
anything or
bones.
start anything while you're
looting bones.
looting bones. Yep.
I have.
And then Gigi's always like,
priorities.
"Why am I always so encumbered? Why am I always encumbered?"
They're just bones.
They're
They
just
shouldn't be
bones.
that heavy.
Yeah, but when you have 9,000 of
I don't
them,
have 9.
we're in 2026 now. I know, right? Like loading.
Everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Someone's been engaging
I
in
refuse to
dark
accept it.
rituals here.
Honestly, the only class that I haven't played is Paladin, and I don't know why. I just don't really have any interest in, I guess, playing
Wow,
as a Paladin.
you hate Paladins?
I hate Paladins.
You
yeah.
hate
Yeah.
and anybody who ever
Yeah.
plays
Yeah.
a Paladin. Oh my
Mm.
god. Wow.
I know.
That's a hot take, Pink. I'm surprised you would say that on the
I mean, does
internet.
it count if I've had a Paladin in my party?
No.
Like, I've had, like, the Paladin companion in my party,
no.
but I've never made a Paladin character. Your most played class, you always play, it's OP? I don't know, man. I love Wizlock. Wizlock is one of my favorites, for sure. You play Paladin, too? Nikki, you... Shut up. You do not all play Paladins. You guys are just being little shitheads.
Wow. See what happens when she calls you out? She calls you a shithead, you guys. Are you gonna take this?
Oh, I play Paladin. You've never, ever, ever, a single time ever mentioned a Paladin, ever, once.
Wow.
Dirge, Oathbreaker. See, I feel like a Dirge, Oathbreaker, Paladin makes sense. My WoW main is a Paladin and has been for ages. Oh my gosh. Is that Owen Wilson's as a child's game?
Wow.
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 Is that one listened as a child? An open tomb.
Last year's Game Awards, Sonic Racing lost to Mario Kart World. I feel like Mario Kart is just like, I don't know. I feel like the Game Awards I agree with like 80% of the decisions. Some of the decisions I think are just weird fandoms trying to like push their game. I don't know how to explain it because like the Game Awards are like voted. You know what I mean? So
Ugh. I'm apparently in a heavily trapped room
where did you go?
over here.
Oh, you are progressing instead of going over and finishing looting.
Wait,
over
is
here.
that progressing? Hold
Yeah.
on, I don't want to progress. I was just exploring. How was I supposed to know? Okay, hold on, let me just disarm.
Andy!
Hot Boyd
Wait,
Goth
Andy and
mod.
Andy, the Andes. Are you're wowers?
Wowers?
You're wowers?
Wowzers?
You're wowzers? Wowzers? My second playthrough as an oath of the Ancients Paladin, like a super good guy, will level shit, and I kept paying to reclaim the oath. I didn't know about the wither stealing thing. Oh.
I have enjoyed a
I was gonna be a
WoW
priest
in
and I
my
played
time.
D&D. Really? I didn't know that, Nikki. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember that. If I'm being totally, I really don't remember that. I don't remember you saying you were being a paladin.
Andy, are you talking? Somebody wants to smooch potatoes?
Mega
I
Man
play
X.
D&D. I haven't
I've
played
never,
the D&D
I've
in a
never
while.
played a Mega Man game ever. We all do. We all play D&D. We're all big. We're all D&D nerds in one form or
Dinders.
another. One form or another.
One farm or
Ew,
another.
nerds. Ew.
Ew, nerds. Ew.
I also don't want to DM. That's why I haven't played in like 2
Correct
years
same.
because I also don't want to be a DM.
Yes, that is the same here.
That's why like 4 of us are like, so not it.
Oh, so that's where the toes come from. Listen, I'm gonna stick with potatoes.
Let's see what this does.
1 gold! You're welcome. We wouldn't have had that 1 gold if
We're having a fun
wasn't
campaign. Yeah, I
looting.
remember, because wasn't Broseph also doing it with you guys? Can we go on like Fiverr or Etsy or something and just rent one?
A DM?
Yeah.
I mean, you can, actually. There are...
I know, but it was because I said like Fiverr or like Etsy, like they're definitely not on those things.
Oh, no, not there. But you can, like, hire somebody to DM for you.
I'm a DM in my current campaign. I made one character, had the other, but he doesn't know that the person that is the person he's hunting. You're forever a DM. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want to have to do all that.
I'm tired. Just in general.
I just want the story presented to me. I don't want to do it.
Yes.
I want
I'm
someone else to
tired.
think of it. You did play, but everyone else dropped out. Yeah, that's what happened with ours too. It would just be like 1 week it'd be like, I can't come, and then the next week it'd be like, I can't come, and it'd just be like every other week it was like somebody wasn't there, and it's just like, okay, we can't just keep making up shit as to why people aren't here anymore. The Mega Man Legacy Collection, which contains all 10 classic like Mega Man games. Is that a PC game or is that only a Switch game? So I have a billion projects. That's what I'm saying. Like my streaming is already 100 other projects.
Right?
And I can't do anything until after this event is over tomorrow. And then like, yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
It's
Oh,
gonna be
it's on Steam, that's good.
crazy.
I'll look into it. I don't have every achievement. No, there are a few that I don't have. Just in all my playthroughs, I've just never done them. Or a lot of times I'm in co-op playthroughs and I'm like letting my co-op partner kind of run the playthrough because I've played it so many times. So there are some achievements. Like I've got a lot of them. I have quite a bit of them. I have 41 out of 54. And there are some things that I've just never done because I don't want to do. This one, I don't understand how I don't have this one. I swear I've done this one a dozen times. I don't know why. The multi-class one, I've just never done. I've just never done it. Let's see. This one, I've just never done it. I've just never done it. I've just never wanted to do it. This one is because my Dirge playthrough isn't finished.
Fucking Dirge?
Yeah, Dirge. This one again, I don't know how I haven't done that one. I feel like I've done that one. Don't know how I've done that one.
Ooh woo.
Yeah. I have a lot of them though. 900 hours, 0 platinum. Excuse me, not 900, only 779. Thank you very much. You haven't done Hot Date? So, hi, welcome to my stream. I only romance Astarion.
22 playthroughs.
22 playthroughs, baby.
22 Astarians. Back with you, Wada.
I just really like this vampire, okay? Only Astarion.
I'm gonna disarm.
I've been, like I
everything.
said, I've done. So I've completely completed the game. I've completed the game solo 3 times. I've completed the game in its entirety, including co-op games, 9 times. 9 times. So I've been in playthroughs with people who have romanced other characters, obviously. So, like, I've seen the Shadowheart romance. I've seen the Karlach romance. I've seen the Lae'zel romance. I've seen the Minthara romance. I've seen all of them because I've been in playthroughs with them. But you don't get the achievements if you're not the active
for watching.
Yeah, so like when we get to the part where Gigi will be able to get the Karlach achievement, I won't get it. The funny thing is I've put on like subathons and like streamathons and stuff like that, I've put like a Baldur's Gate playthrough without romancing Astarion as a goal, and they never reach it. I don't think they really want it. Astarion, can you please get off the pressure plate? Astarion? Thank you.
Voyeurs don't get achievements.
Yeah. Peeping Toms don't get achievements, apparently. And I was really sad that I didn't get the other achievement when I played with Bubbles, because Bubbles took one for the team and did it, and I didn't get the achievement for it.
Listen, I already boned Karlach last stream. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Ugh.
That's insane. Envoy is getting tattooed today, and he's getting the opening credits to Zelda Wind Waker on his forearm.
Bro, chill. Okay. Oh, there's one more. Hold on. Disarm.
What do you mean took him for the team? It's an honor. Have you seen the guy? don't spoil anything. Don't go into any more detail for Gigi's sake. But I have seen the guy, and I said what I said.
Yeah, we've got shared chat going, so I can see both
Yes, yes. So
what you say in Pink Stream and mine. So be
careful.
be careful. I don't want to say any spoilers.
Hi, Wolfie. And then your mother-in-law called to discuss something important. Is everything okay?
Elg Olaf.
Hi, Wolfie.
Here lies Isabel Thorm.
Isabel,
Hi, more.
that's the name of the cleric at Last Light Inn, right? Can she
Button.
possibly be Ketherick's daughter? Ketherick Thorm,
Just saying.
leading Shar's forces. Quite the about face for a
I probably should have looked before pressing the button.
Well, did you press the other button as well?
No.
Okay.
That bright tower. It's Moonrise. Or it used to be.
What if I press this button too?
Five
What if I
seconds of
press
summer.
this button?
Powered by grief for his daughter.
If I read when you can spam through dialogue and be confused later, you understand. Oh. Uh-oh, that one's red.
Okay, so they all turned off now, so that was incorrect.
Fucking...
I'm sorry, Wolfie. What games and movies you're looking forward to? In terms of movies, probably the Hunger Games movie, the Avengers movie.
Moonrise. Or it used to be.
I can't really think of anything else right off the top of my head. Those are the big ones. And in terms for games, I'm not really 100% sure because some of the games that I've been looking forward to, like, have not gotten release dates and stuff yet. So I'm not entirely sure. Like, I've been really looking forward to, like, the new Fable, which was supposed to be tail end of 2025, which still hasn't come out yet. So I'm hoping that comes out this year. I'm really excited for this indie called Claude, which Claude, like claw, not like a person's name. Claude.
We had a lot of fun with the demo.
I'm really looking forward to Claude. I think that's going to be such a fun game.
we had a lot. Of fun
We had
with that
so
demo.
much fun playing the demo. Trying to think what else is supposed to be coming out. I'm sure there's stuff coming out. I was really looking forward to Subnautica 2, but now that the devs are like horrible people, I'm sad. You know. I've read all the Hunger Games. Well, okay. Let me be more specific. I just lost my job literally last week, but I used to drive an hour to and from work every day, so I listened to all of the Hunger Games audiobooks on my drive. So I know some people don't consider it to be reading, but yes, I've consumed all of the Hunger Games books, is what I will say.
Ow. Wait a minute. What am I supposed to do?
Okay, so do you want me to give you, like, the general? So these pictures are telling a story. You have to put them in the right order.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought I had them. Okay, I'm just stupid.
Have you seen the Hunger Games but better? Oh God, what's the Hunger Games but better?
Oh,
Oh, you
It
saw
is
Zootopia
reading.
too. Your favorite joke was more of a background. That's funny. No, a comedian made the Hunger Games but better for her birthday. Oh my God. It's like the whole first movie is a 20-minute short. A
That's not
Ratatouille
short.
joke. That's so funny. It's so you'll have to send it to me, Dirge, for sure.
I think I did the wrong one again. There's 3 buttons. There's only so many combinations.
Oh, yeah, I do remember the Wolverine game, I think looks good. I hope the random-ass Forest 3 that they just announced at the Game Awards, I hope that comes out this year. It probably won't, but I hope it does. Oh, yeah, the new Star Wars game.
another new Star Wars game?
Yes, it's a new Knights of the Old Republic, but it's not called Knights of the Old Republic, but it's a new Knights of the Old Republic. It's Knights.
Got it.
So, it looks so good though.
When in doubt, just brute force it.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure that was the last possible combination.
Resident Evil Requiem I probably will play because I ended up going through all of the Resident Evil games recently. Actually, not. I need to do 2, 3, and 4 I need to do. But I got them. I bought them, guys. I bought them.
You bought them.
I bought them.
You bought them.
Yeah, I bought them.
Don't worry, I picked up an empty bottle.
I'm
You're welcome.
so thrilled. I was really concerned about it.
Hey, you know what? We have it now.
Good, good,
And
good.
if I didn't, we wouldn't.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Mm-hmm.
What was the? Can you like give like a vague summary of what the Ratatouille joke was? Because I love Ratatouille and I think that's funny. Who was here? Fuck, who was it? Oh my god, we were making the joke about ratatouilleing by holding onto your fucking balls. Who was that? Was it Dirge? Who was that? Shit.
That sounds dirgy.
Was that you? It was you? Yes, I was talking about how you have to like ratatouille by your ball sack.
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh. Are all up till
I
now
pressed
available
the-
characters in your camp? Yes. Hold on. Minthara will not be joining us.
Starn's
I don't think.
house.
Could you have gotten her yet? Oh yeah, no, you could have rescued her in Moonrise, so we could have had. So no, we don't have Minthara. Gigi didn't know that Minthara could have been a recruitable character, and we killed Minthara in the Goblin camp. So we don't have Minthara.
Shadowheart. I don't think this is gonna go well.
Moving.
Yeah, it's okay. See green die. See green be green.
See green, be green.
See green be green.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I'm
Hi,
gonna go grab
DJ.
ibuprofen real quick.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Currently dying, so give me like just a second.
No. You're fine. Take your time. Oh, hydrate. Hi, DJ. How are you? DJ. Can I just say, I miss you so much because I've been playing Subnautica again because I just was in the mood to play Subnautica. And it is so scary without you protecting me the entire time. Like, I finally upgraded my Seamoth so that I could reach down to the Lost River, you know, the green goopy area, the Lost River down there. And I get down to the Lost River and I'm chilling, everything's good. And then I go and I like go over the little ridge to go into the blood kelp area. And so I get over the ridge and a warper literally gets right in my face and warps me out of my Seamoth. And then I turn around to go back to my Seamoth and he warps me again and I fucking died. So my Seamoth is 900 meters down below in the fucking blood kelp forest. And I have to like make a bunch of I literally have to build a new Seamoth, get the depth module 1, 2, and 3 to get back down to where I was. I literally, that happened to me and I like respawned back in my base and I just like sat there for a minute. And I was like, this game is so much harder when DJ is not killing everything. This game is so much harder when DJ is not killing everything. Subnautica is like my worst nightmare of a game. So here's a funny story about Subnautica, guys. If you weren't here when I played Subnautica like two or so years ago on the channel, for the first probably give or take 20 hours of playing Subnautica, I was under the impression that it was just a survival craft game. It's just an underwater survival craft game, and like in order to progress, you keep going, and you just keep you keep going, and you just keep going further and deeper and further and deeper, and that's how you progress the game. And then our good friend Astronaut Voice said, "How far into the story are you?" And I went, "What story?" And he went, There's a story to this game. Have you never interacted with the radio?" And then I went,
Oh, no.
"What radio?" So
It's like me telling you there's a story in Planet Crafter.
yes, exactly. I thought Planet Crafter was just a survival craft game. I thought you just survive and you just fucking craft. Survive and craft. That's what I thought the game was.
I was like, oh yeah, the story's really great. And you're like, wait,
What
there's
story?
A story? What story? You didn't read all the
No, I didn't read anything. I didn't read
any of the computers in the ships that you found. Oh my, you like totally.
And then I went up and I had like 9 messages on the radio, and like then this like I was like, "Oh my god, there's a story."
All right, sorry guys, 10 minutes. Here we
Oh
go.
god.
Like seriously?
I know. I don't know how to, Dirge, if you can help me fix it. I don't know how to I don't when I'm loud, it peaks, and I don't know how to fix. I'm just Goral. I don't know how to fix.
I'm just a little girl. Listen, we're gonna be a little bit Valley Girl for the next 10 minutes. Don't even worry. You want to hear it's Pink for the content? That's entirely up to Pink, because it's not her channel point redeem. It's mine. So if she wants to join me, then
Oh my
she
god,
can.
did you get a Valley Girl redeem?
I
Cross
didn't
the
get a Valley
road.
Girl
Oh
redeem.
my god.
Give your life to the
Oh my
shadows.
god. I didn't even read what this plaque said. I was
Cross
I was
from
not
light
paying
into
attention.
darkness. Give your life
You're not an audio
to the
person?
shadows.
Yeah, I've never been able to figure it out. I've never been able to figure it out. I don't know why. And I have a brand new mic with a mixer and everything, and I still peak if I get really loud.
Eternal night, protector of the lost and
You might need a
forgotten.
compressor.
I'm sure it's just OBS I'm sure I just need to adjust the filters, but I just don't know what to do.
I think you just need a compressor so that it just like mediates your levels a little bit, and that should probably help.
Offer your pain to Shazin.
So I'm actually playing I'm playing on freedom mode, DJ, which still counts towards achievements, which is all I really care about. I'm just blasting through to try to get all the achievements, because the achievements are just story achievements except for 2.
Oh my god. Amazing.
So I was just trying to blast through them. So I'm playing on freedom mode, which has no food or water consumption. So you just have to worry about your health and oxygen, and it's so much easier.
Blasted.
It's so much easier.
In
Get
darkness.
fucking blasted.
Warriors must not be caught, must not be treated.
I can only draw a pretty picture. Good.
Loss awaits
How secure.
a voice.
I don't even know what you're even talking about. That's so crazy. That's so fucking crazy. Oh no, I've got enough bonuses that it's totally fine. Don't even worry about it.
So
I can literally roll a 1 and a 2 and still be fine.
have you tried telling the mic not to do that? Where's my phone? So I found an audio command from Subnautica that I want to figure out. I want to do it for like a random bit redeem or something, but I'm not sure.
Oh my god.
Like I'm not sure what to do with it. But hold on, where's my?
I want to hear it. Let me know.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to do.
Guess what your hyperfixation
Okay,
is
are you
for?
ready? I don't know if it'll work. Hold on,
Yeah.
let's see.
Remember that materials you gather are the property of the All-Terra Corporation. You will be liable to reimburse the full market price. Your current bill stands at 3 million credits.
So that comes up the first time you pick up a diamond in Subnautica. So like basically like you pick up a diamond, which diamond expensive, and then like the voiceover comes up and they're like, "Hey, by the way, everything you pick up today, everything you pick up is actually ours. Don't forget." So basically, it's just like you pick up a diamond and like it immediately has to go back to them, and I just think it's ironic. I think it's funny.
That's really
And then at the
funny.
very, very, very end of the game, when you beat the game and you leave the fucking planet of Subnautica, the voiceover goes, blah, 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 blah. Your bill is 40 million credits. Like, you have to fucking pay for escaping off the island after everything. Like, it's so funny to me at the end.
Spoilers.
Well, I beat the game on
Wow,
stream 2 years ago, so...
spoilers. Listen, but I never finished it.
Well, what do you think the point of Subnautica is? Is trying to leave. Hey, by the way, there's a story in Subnautica. You're trying to get off the island.
You know. God, your survival has a price you need to pay later, yeah. I mean,
Oh, I forgot we're Valley
just
Girling. I'm
like,
sorry.
like,
I ruined it. I'm sorry.
you don't need to. You're totally
I know,
fine. You don't
but
need to.
like, I just wanted to like go with it.
With haste.
Sometimes get points and then I do crowd control on
That was my fault.
Subnautica.
Sorry. That's my fault. I fucked it up. I'm sorry.
Did you trigger a trap?
I didn't perceive it, and then Astarion walked over it. So yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There's a
sorry.
void here, you guys.
There's a void. I'm probably gonna go down.
In fact, super expensive. What if I pull this lever? Will that fix it?
It might. There we go. It did.
I fixed it.
I just shouldn't walk around.
Better than none.
I just shouldn't walk
You want-
around while she's doing stuff, basically.
I've got a long.
Did you know that this place is fucking trapped?
I
have
did.
the dungeon delver feat, so I perceive traps, you guys. I'm
Trap.
just saying. Traps.
Should mind my step.
Asterian's not good. Oh, was that you or was that me?
That was you. That was you again.
What was that?
I didn't do anything.
Lies in darkness. Perhaps that is how I will proceed.
I didn't do anything. What?
That was just such a... Oh, was that you or me? And I was like, that was you. Boom. That was also you.
The addictiveness of Stardew Valley. Oh my god, welcome. It's so good. I love Stardew Valley.
Lies of P with a mouse and keyboard is actual like masochistic behavior.
I got my brother Lies of P for Christmas.
Did you get him the DLC too?
No, I don't think so. Just the regular.
Oh,
I
well.
got him whatever was on his wish list.
Okay.
He
Wow.
just had the regular.
I've heard the DLC is like so hard.
Could be fucking crazy.
Crazy. I need to finish it. I'm so bummed that I'm so bummed because I didn't realize that I was actually like so much further into Lies of P than I thought I was. And I literally am like already like more than halfway. So like I might as well just like finish it.
Yeah, you might as well. I don't understand.
What the hells was that?
I'm just gonna stay over here. If I go over here, am I gonna die again?
Are you dying?
I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it. I'm dying. in
I
my
don't
heart.
like it. I'm dying from embarrassment.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even a little bit embarrassed.
Right.
But you should be.
But you should be.
You dumb bitch.
You redeemed the code. Nice.
Watch how you go.
I assume it worked all good. I've never understood why does it do that. What do you mean? It's protecting it.
It's for protection.
That's protection.
Protection. I need to disable every trap that has ever existed. Just to prove that I have a point.
You bought Divinity 2? I started playing Divinity 1 for the first time. I got like 2.5 hours in. It's literally... it's literally if this game was made 10 years ago.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, no.
It's like if Baldur's Gate like wasn't as good.
Oh my god. Duh.
But it's still
Crazy.
good.
Can you even imagine?
It's a little less dungeonsy and dragonsy though.
What's even the point if it's less dungeon and
Well,
or
because like for like example, like you can be like a witch hex or you can be like a like spell slinger. There's not like wizard or sorcerer, you know.
sorcerer.
Oh, it's alright, sorcerer.
Sorcerer. I don't even know what's going on with these mystic
Because of a
symbols.
bundle. Says it was redeemed. I got confirmation, but it was like an hour later, so I didn't do anything with it. No, it's fine. As long as it says it's redeemed. Perfect. That's all it needs to do. Now it's in your library, and just whenever you download it, it's good.
It's in your library.
Your library.
I'm gonna turn off this mystic thimble as well. I'm turning off all of the thimbles
Why?
because I wanna.
Okay.
Because I can.
Okay.
Oh no, she got mad at me.
What the hells was that?
Do you think everything bad is gonna happen when I do this?
Be wary. This place is trash.
It's probably fine. Oh, like totally is done. Thank you. Thanks, Andy. I forgot to look. Sorry, guys. My head hurts and I'm I'm doing my best. We're good. I've got plenty of bonuses. Can I? Nope. Oh, there's still one more.
That glowing ring seems promising. Better than getting laid out and back again.
Do. Girl, do what you're supposed to do. Listen, ma'am. Walk through the space here, please.
I'm just wondering what's going on.
What do you mean?
Welcome, child. Follow my voice and prove your worth.
Okay. Where?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Stupid rain causing heads to hurt? Yeah.
Yeah.
What time should I go to the dentist? Should I go to the dentist? Why am I going to the dentist? Oh no.
Oh, DJ. Hold on. I don't know if it'll delete for you. I'm sorry if it doesn't. DJ, don't spoil anything that happens later because Gigi hasn't played yet.
It did delete for me.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
Okay, good. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, just be careful. Just be careful. But yes, to answer your question, yes. This is where we are, but yes.
I am little baby.
She was, I know, that's what I'm saying. Thank God, because I'm a mod in her stream, it deleted it for her too. Yeah, the second time you get murdered.
Actual murdered.
Somebody shows up at your house.
A big guy named Moose. He's gonna take your kneecaps.
You never know where Moose is. He just shows up.
And then your kneecaps are gone.
And then your kneecaps are gone.
It's just gone. Okie dokie, okie dokie. This door? I assume?
Well, you haven't been over here, which is just a little looty area.
Have I missed a place to
You missed a looty area.
This is unacceptable. I'm failing. I'm failing at my job.
Need to find a way forward.
Welcome to the Shar Olympics. Everything is made up and the points don't matter. That's right. Points are like that Cellulite you offered up last week. Already forgotten. Hi, Faded. How are you?
Hello.
Just a friendly reminder. This is Gigi's first playthrough, so just be careful. Be careful of any references of things that are a-coming.
A-coming?
A-coming.
I send a bunch of shit to
This is
Kim.
not my first playthrough, so you can't spoil anything for me, but...
But since we are sharing chat...
No, DJ, it literally is... I've had to do a friendly reminder to 2 other people today, DJ. It is not you. Oni did it first this morning. Oni did it at the beginning of stream. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. That's what I'm saying. Just a friendly reminder. I know it's hard because, like, I've played it so much that you feel like... What are you talking about? Pink's already done this, but Gigi has not. So just please remember... Don't worry, my mess. I just want to, again, this is just a general reminder to everybody hanging out in both streams, in both chats, in both channels. Although I have played this and I know everything, there's a potential that Gigi can be spoiled. So just be aware and be conscious.
Yeah, don't spoil me without my consent.
Real question, Astarion was romance?
This temple certainly is grand.
I didn't mean to click on him. I'm sorry.
It's
That was very, very hilarious timing. Astarion's romance? Yes.
This man, this one right here.
Can we? I suppose we can.
The gate is the gate of Baldur. Oh my God, Andy.
There is nothing I'd like more.
Gross. Here's Mr. Ha Yi. Uh-huh.
There's a gate and it's called Baldur's Gate. You know what's funny? That's not even it. It's literally just the name of a city.
Delicious.
Presents car spoiler. Oh my God.
And I got my answer.
God.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was in the middle of inventory management. Give me a second.
The look on Pink's face every time she kisses Astarion. I just love this fucking digital man so much.
Digital man. Digital, get down. Just you and me. Oh my goodness.
God, in sync back in the day.
The Dizzard day.
The Dizzard day.
Dizzard day.
It's not a spoiler, but not true. No, I know. It's everybody makes the joke. Everyone makes the joke about Baldur's Gate, like it being a gate, and it's just funny because like it's not a physical gate, and it's very funny. Everybody makes the same reference. It's a gate.
It could be. You don't know.
Gigi is romancing Karlach.
Karlach.
Muscle mame.
Are you staying over there on purpose?
No. I had to
waiting
turn.
for
I had
me
to, no, I had to literally turn my
wait-
camera around so I didn't click on the door.
You're waiting so that it's for
Fine,
murders?
I'll go all the way in front. I don't fucking care.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, I'm going to the front. I'm going to the front. I'm gonna be fodder. All right, Astarion, let's go. Oh fuck! See, I didn't actually want to.
See what happens when I make jokes. She knows it's not a game. Oh my god.
She does though because she plays D&D.
I bet they have.
These are real
gays-
places in D&D.
These are real places in Faerun, which is like
Yeah.
the main
Yeah.
land.
Manipulates
Yeah.
it like a puppet.
If you follow like the actual D&D lore and modules and shit.
Yeah.
Calm down, bitch.
You upset my plans.
The embroidery and beading on your armor is fucking insane.
I know, isn't it gorgeous? I've had a character romance Astarion twice. Once was Tav, and the other was a Karlach origin. So I've romanced Astarion
1,000,000
22 times. And I've romanced all of the other characters 0 times. I bought this game because somebody told me that there was a stuck-up, snotty little vampire that I would like, and I was like, oh, interesting. And then I played it, and I was like, God fucking damn it, they were right.
They were all right.
God damn it, they were right.
Listen. So here's the thing. I came into this game with an open mind, and I was like, I could romance anybody except for Astarion.
No, that's not true. I did say if you truly wanted to romance Astarion, I would romance somebody else, or I would just be a spinster.
I know.
But I did genuinely tell her that if she wants to romance him, she can.
You said that, and I personally was like, I'm not gonna fucking do that shit. Because I want us both to have a good time. And then I was like, I could romance anybody. Maybe I'll romance Gale. Maybe I'll romance Shadowheart. She's kind of cute. And then
Karlach happened.
Oh no. Oh no.
Karlach
she's
went, hey, soldier.
bitchy. Hey, soldier.
Hey,
And I was like,
soldier.
oh no.
He is not.
At the
He's not at the exact moment. Like, he was in our camp before, and now he has left, and so not at the exact moment. He's not. Okay. You upset my plans to leave. All right, Zero. I'm just trying to remember. Hold on, I need to look at the dialogue really quick.
Because we got distracted. Us in this playthrough distracted.
No.
Zerel lacks faith. Zerel lacks in many ways, but I do not. Leave before. Stupid worm-infested cockhead! You have awoken the shadows. My forces are split. The defenses are thin. Me. Blade against the darkness.
Wall of bone and blade. Okay, bye. Oh, there's okay.
Okay.
Shit.
Well.
Okay, so okay.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well.
Okay. Well. Okay. Well. It's so fucking funny. Okay.
Okay, well. You asked me before, Noelle. I have seen all 3 of the movies, but I have not watched the Knuckles show. I love the movies. I think they are very fun.
I'm gonna shoot this man with a thing. Or maybe I'll do something else and
This is a fine mess Astarion has gotten us into. This one's not Astarion's fault. This is my fault for being a smartass to Gigi.
Okay,
The
great.
Super Mario Galaxy. That one I'm excited for. The first Super Mario was fine, but I like Super Mario Galaxy.
How dare you? Oh, he
Prepackaged sliced ham in eggs? Like what? Like in scrambled eggs or like
like an omelette.
like an omelette? Yeah.
Omelette?
I loved the first movie. Yeah, I liked the first movie. I really did. I think the first one is the best of the Sonic movies, as it usually is. What?
There are spells. That's fine. I can do this. I'm smart.
Just what did I say? Do Spirit Guardians, and just fucking what you call it?
She's just
Beyblade.
far away.
I know. I'll get out of the way.
Nah, she's out of movement.
Ah.
To dash just to get in. It's fine. She just won't do anything this turn, which is fine. Actually, she might be able to bonus
I agree, Faded. I agree. Didn't I said did I not say diced? I thought I said diced.
I think you said sliced, but that's fine.
I thought I said diced. I read diced, but oh, I read diced. You want to watch the first to see the others without more spoilers in social media? Oh, I'm not gonna ruin anything. Of course, I'm not gonna ruin anything. I just, like I said, I think the first one's the best one. I don't think that's a bad thing to say.
And then do I get it? Do I do, and then how do I?
And then that has its own turn.
Lacerate, there we go.
Why are you hitting the friend?
Oh, is that a friend?
Yeah.
Oops. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Listen, I'm not used to having friends. End turn.
With a slip of the tongue, not sure. No. It was an accident.
What is friends, right? You're supposed to hit the bad guys? I'm not, you don't know. They could still be bad. I only friend shape.
If why not friend, then why friend shaped? Hell yeah, get back into the cloud of daggers.
I'm gonna insult this man. God damn it. Could you stop being... saving from my shit?
Why is there darkness over there?
Darkness.
Sorry, and why did we go so far down? It's a ranged spell.
Nope. He's gotta go. He's gotta get good eyesight. Fish are friends, not food. Why not both?
I make salad for dinner, but I'm waiting for this goodie powder to kick in. Oh, we can play some more Fortnite sometime. Yeah, I usually, like I said, I usually play Fortnite for like community events. Like I don't normally play Fortnite like on my own. More often than not, like I said, it's a planned community thing. So definitely like just look out in the Discord for it. She used to? Why do you say it like that? Isn't there a new Destiny 2 thing? Yeah, I haven't played Destiny since the previous expansion pack.
Firebolt.
Just play Fork Knife in secret? No. No, I used to have a friend to play Fortnite with that I don't have anymore. It's different.
We played a couple of times, but I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
he's talking about when Astro and I used to play duos in Fortnite all the time. My chat has been on this like binge for the past couple weeks of like making me feel like an absolute horrible and shitty person for like, you know, existing lately. So.
Well, that's not nice, chat.
Yeah. Chat likes to just constantly remind me of the things that I used to do when I was a good streamer.
Oh my gosh.
And when I had like a group, like an actual group of friends to play with consistently. I just want to say, like, When have you ever, in my 5.5 years of streaming, when have I ever been like, hey guys, welcome to stream. I'm playing solo Fortnites tonight.
Ew.
Literally never. If I'm playing Fortnite, it's with friends or with the community. If they were good people, they would still be around. I mean, listen. Things happen. You got not horrible at Fortnite? I can't wait, Nikki. Because you played it off stream in secret. It wasn't even necessarily in secret. Astro and I just played duos for a long time. Got to have some multiplayer madness of BG3. Like you personally have been playing some multiplayer. The alpha of the first Destiny. I was a big Destiny 2 player. I was a big Destiny 2 player. And I had like, what is it called? Like a, it's not a clan. Is it a clan? Whatever. I had like a clan and stuff. Like I had a fire team. That's what it was. Excuse me. A fire team. But it was an ongoing thing. Yeah. Well, now, like, and now I don't care to tell other people that I play it. Because I don't, like, play it. I'm not, like, sweaty playing Fortnite, you know? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I'm just big chillin'.
We just chilling.
Oh, okay. Now who's left?
There's a man over here.
This man. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, thank God. I was like, oh, I hope I don't hit Shadowheart, but... Okay.
Can I not?
The last time I played with you guys, I was not horrible. You weren't. You weren't horrible. Well, the very okay. To be fair, the first time you played with us, you were drunk. So like, of course we were like, we would like, be like, all right, everyone ready to go? Okay, and then we'd start going in a direction, and we'd turn around and be like, Nikki's not here. And so like, but yeah, the second time you played, you were much better. Why be sweaty at a kid's game? I wouldn't even call Fortnite. I don't think Fortnite was... I don't know if I call Fortnite a kid's game. I think a lot of kids just ended up, like...
I call it a kid's game.
But I don't think that they originally made Fortnite with the intention of, like, it being so popular with children. Like, I don't think the developers were like, let's make a game for children to play. Like, I think it just happened to appeal to children. And children just ended up, you know, overtaking it. Like 5 different playthroughs going on between my Discord friends. If I pause to look at something, I don't think... Okay. So... I don't know if you can see this. Hold on. I have...
Oh, that's what that was.
I've played this game a lot.
What do I want to do? Oh, see, that's a melee. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Dang it!
Everyone quit FaZe Clan because they're all assholes. They're all shitty people. Fortnite, the new expansion for Minecraft. That's funny. Wasn't supposed to be. Yeah, it's neither. Well, wasn't Overwatch also supposed to have a single player campaign?
Probably. This sword is coming for you.
He's like over in the most like obnoxious place over here.
He really is, honestly.
With finesse.
Get
might
mocked,
screw
bitch.
him over though. Maybe I won't do that.
Get mocked, bitch.
Okay, miss. 2,070. I thought I had a lot of just under 800.
That's so many hours. So my current game with the most hours is Cash Cleaner Simulator.
And what is that?
Like 240, something like that.
That's yeah, that's a lot. I mean, it's That's
It
a lot,
is.
but
How much farther can
How do
I
I
go?
end? Can
yeah,
I
I've
end
got
concentration?
over 700 in this and Elden Ring, and those are my two top
This is
played
a
games.
dedication to my goddess's
Destiny is
power
up
and
there. Fallout 76 is up
holy
there.
is not the first word that comes to mind.
I mean, stupid fuck. I hate that it counts towards my time. I wish that it wouldn't count towards my time, but like Plastic Duck Simulator, I think is like way up there. But that's just because
it's just a
it's my
practice
overnight
level
for when I
game.
do streamathons.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm curious.
About what your oh shit, there's a fucking displacer beast down
Oh,
there.
New World. Yeah, New World's up there. I played that a lot when that came out. Yeah,
One
see,
day I'll have a
so
computer
Baldur's
with
Gate,
Windows.
Elden Ring, New World, Valheim, Fallout 76, Destiny 2, Icarus. Yeah.
Icarus. If you don't have Windows, how are you gonna look
June
outside?
8th, 2024, last played Destiny 2. Wild.
Wild.
Since early access.
And
I got Baldur's Gate like a month after release. Like it came out in like what, August or something like that. August or something, and I got it in like October or September. So I was like a month behind everybody else when I picked it up, but
you know what's funny is that I got this for Christmas the year that it came out, and this is my first time playing it.
like
Because I'm
halfway
an
through one match.
asshole.
I played one time years and years ago, got halfway through one match, shot someone one time, and they immediately built a skyscraper in 5 seconds. I was like, nope, back to locked. So they have no build mode now, Oni, which is a lot
Which is the
more fun.
Only reason why I've played.
Yeah,
at all.
so if you ever want to give Fortnite a try again, no build mode is what we play when we do community nights on 4K and Destiny 2. Well, Andy, if you need a rusty hunter who hasn't played in like a year, let me know.
Yeah, Andy.
I'm an arc hunter. Chapter 6, season 4, shock and awesome. What was the theme? Like what was the I don't know what shock and awesome was. What was the theme of that, Noelle? 3K in Counter-Strike. I can't wait to cross 1K in a game. I feel like that's going to be the lamest thing that I've ever done in my life.
What's great? You'd think that all the time that I played Stardew that I would have more.
Yeah, what's your
hours in it.
Stardew hours?
It's like it's up there. I think it's just around 200, but it's let's see.
What's the game?
Hold
So the
on.
game I have put the most time into ever, unfortunately, is not on my computer. It is on my PlayStation 4. I have 1,500 hours in Fallout 4 on my PlayStation 4.
Jesus Christ.
Mhm.
I have so Cash Planner Simulator is 241 hours. Stardew is 205 hours. Among Us is 197 hours.
Oh my god, my Among Us, my Among Us is like maybe 2 hours. I don't even know.
My my friend, like when I first started streaming,
72 minutes is
go.
my Among Us. I hate Among Us for some reason. I don't know why.
My friends and I played
The Power Ranger,
Among
I
Us
should have known that one.
every week we played for like
Tried playing Fortnite once and I won, so now I didn't do it. If you win your first time, you have forted the night. You don't need to do it ever again. The Civ series as a whole is my most hours. Civ 4 would be the top on disc, and I don't think it's fully integrated with Steam back then, so it only has my hours since I bought it digitally, and I haven't played nearly as much. I haven't played since July 2025. I don't have the latest expansion, and I don't think I'll back to it. D2 is dead. Is it really? Because I feel like the large Destiny streamers that I used to watch in the past are still streaming Destiny. Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14. The 30 Seconds to Mars, he looks like a baby. Hurricane would have been 2011, maybe? 2010, 2011? 2009? Yeah, I was going to say, because 2011 was when... Guys, I don't want to fucking hear a single thing about this. 2011 was when I followed 30 Seconds to Mars for like that like week long that they were in New York, and I went to like all of the concerts in New York. That was 2011.
Trials and rise a dark Justicia.
The Gauntlet of Shar. This place is legendary. Even with half my memories locked away, I still remember the stories. The Dark Lady's finest warriors arose.
We
from
are
this
old, I
place.
know.
Now I'm here.
There are researchers
That was before I peed my pants on stage, Horseman. I only peed my
Another
pants like a
such
year ago.
receptacle already contains a gemstone.
In order to join Lady Shar's elite, you had to pass her trials, then make a sacrifice in her innermost sanctum. One revealed only when you've proven yourself. Very few made it that far. I've dreamed of this place. This is my destiny. I must complete the trials.
I will read chat as soon as she's done with this convo, guys. I'm not
Yes.
ignoring you.
I've had some doubts in the past. Surely that's normal for such a momentous step. If I prove myself to Lady Shar, she'll bless me with power. Power we can use to take on the Absolute and rid ourselves of these parasites once and for all. Let's explore.
Who peaked Mike? Me?
I haven't said anything in a while, so.
Beginning of that season, I bought the Battle Pass, the Power Ranger bundle. Yep, you told me that. The BMD, the BMD, BMW, and the Power Rangers wheels. That's awesome. Okay. Are you good, or you just have headache?
I have a headache, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I just wanted, like, I was like, am I just overtaking and you're just not talking? The D2 category on Twitch has 4.8k viewers. What does, like, Baldur's Gate have? 4.5.
So what are we doing?
So we have to do the Trials of Shar.
Okay.
So we continue. So, see how this has a purple orb? And then there's a slot.
I did see that there was a slot for a thing.
Yeah, so we have to find the other thing.
The thing.
The thing.
Gotcha.
This place is huge, by the way, so, like, if I start walking in a direction, it's just because I'm just walking. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'm kind of letting you control.
Sure. Did I drink enough water today? I don't know what you're implying, but I have.
I was
been
looking in
drinking
chat
water.
about peeing your pants. Okay, so for those who don't know, like a year and a half ago, I went to a 30 Seconds to Mars concert, and I got a little drunk, and I got the opportunity to go up on stage with the band. It was like me and like 10 other people. It wasn't just me. And I was really drunk, and I was jumping up and down, and I was singing and dancing and jumping and screaming, and I peed my pants. Okay, whatever.
Happens to the best.
That happens to the best of us, okay?
Let's go pet a kitty.
I just peed my pants on stage with 30 Seconds to Mars. It's fine, guys. It's nothing to talk about.
So fine and so.
I feel
normal.
like everybody has this experience once in their life. Was it hella obvious, or could you style it out? Oh, I totally pulled it off. And it wasn't, I didn't like full pee, like streaming down my pants. Like I didn't like fucking release the floodgates. I was just like jumping and jumping, and I was like, oh, I peed a little bit. And I was like jumping and jumping, and I was like, oh, I peed a little bit. Like, like I didn't like, psh.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Canyon.
Welcome to stream.
Oh my god. I think you know.
You can't really be
you know.
surprised on Saturdays anymore.
I think you know. I couldn't jump over there. I don't know if I was supposed to be able to, but it said it was too far.
Oh, you probably can from over here.
Over here?
Yeah, from over here. Oh, okay. I know where we're going. Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
Better than nothing.
I'm so
How
glad I'm
are
awake for
you?
this. You're welcome. You're welcome. You know, the worst part,
I
though.
want to pet a kitty.
The worst part was that I then had to wait for an Uber and then sit in a very fancy, like, Uber Gold or Uber Black or whatever the fancy Ubers are called, because
The Uber
Yaga has,
Black,
like,
yeah.
Uber, whatever, fancy Uber. And I had to sit in my pee pants in an Uber in traffic.
Oh my god.
And I was like, I really hope that I'm not gonna, like, get pee on this man's, like, leather seats and, like, stand up and there's just, like, a spot.
Bye, DJ.
Good night, DJ. I know. I know. It's a night you'll never forget, you know?
Not a chat can help it.
Wait,
Oh, I got a bomb. Whoa.
Don't touch anything.
Charred spider carcass oozes on the ground.
I had already touched it.
I know.
Give it a lick. I'm gonna study it first. Goodness. Pinxel out here is like, lick it! Lick the spider!
It's unfortunate we don't have
Lick
Gale because
it.
Gale has the best reaction. You licked a dead spider. Licked it.
Fresh
That is
bite
something that
marks,
happened.
An old puncture wound and a faint pulse of something
Dead
not
spider.
entirely
You're
natural.
eating right now, just don't lick a spider and you're good. I'm just gonna keep doing checks until I fail them. I'm gonna fail this one. Okay.
Okay,
You didn't have to
well.
fail that hard. Okay, well, okay, well. Oh, we've got we're full of,
Yeah, go for it.
okay.
Listen,
Inspiration.
they say you eat like 8 spiders a year.
This can just be one of them.
This is
They
just
don't
one
say
of them.
what
It's just a
size.
really big one. She's just gonna eat
They
this
don't
one
say
so
what
she doesn't have to
size
eat any for the
spiders
rest of the
are.
year.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, fill my
She's
quota.
just, you know, time management, folks.
Yeah,
The
it's
meat
called
is
being
oozing,
efficient.
but not
She's
with
getting ahead of her
blood.
quota for
It's been
2026.
dosed with a potion.
Mm-hmm. Making sure.
You licked a dead spider. Dead spider. You licked it. That is something that happened.
Yeah,
I think we need to go outside. We need to get some fresh air and think about what we've done. Gail's reaction is just the best.
The meat tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle.
beans.
Was that arousal?
Why are you looking at that dead spider coquettishly?
Am I about to
In
fuck
amongst
the
rot
spider?
is an unmistakable sweetness. Succubus spittle. The meat is charmed.
Horseman, no!
Nope. Horseman. Horseman. Horseman.
Horseman,
Well chewed. A cavalcade
Oh.
of nasty smells.
Sorry, I need to.
rises from the
I forgot what
corpse.
Astarion says, if I'm being totally honest.
None of them is familiar.
If you lick the spider.
Prickly,
Yeah.
Fresh bite marks, an old puncture wound, and a faint pulse of something not entirely natural. The meat is oozing, but not with blood. It's been dosed with a potion. The meat tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach.
Rotten meat. That's what gets you going. Well, to each their own.
You
in
like
amongst the
blood?
rot,
Fucking chill out.
I know. Why are you judging me?
Why are you being such a dick?
Crazy drill instructor on purpose and have good. They're the most. They literally say they're the most poisonous, but they like can't bite you or some shit. I don't know if that's entirely true with the can't biting you part, but like they just don't.
They're also not the most poisonous. They're
One of.
they just have
They just are poisonous.
Poisson.
Well,
Why
because
is
I
this
think the whole
red?
point is like as a kid, like I remember my parents being like, poison, like daddy longlegs are like they're not scary, they're peaceful or friendly or whatever. Not friendly. Friendly is not the right word, but like daddy longlegs won't hurt you. Like I just remember my parents like telling me.
Yeah.
But I also suffer from crippling arachnophobia. So like if I would see a daddy longlegs, I would be like full-blown anxiety attack. So like my parents had to kind of like, you know, copium a little bit and be like, these ones won't hurt you.
The rest of them, though,
The rest of them will kill you.
Sleep. Super tiny mouth, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that they've proven that like that's not true, that they can't bite. They just won't unless like they absolutely need to.
And they mostly
They're
just
probably,
wanna
like-
murder bugs.
The tiny little bite. Also, don't you guys love Gigi's channel or stream title today?
Hey,
No, I love it. I love it. I think it's so good.
It originated in a conversation that we were both having.
I know.
As big as
I just
your
want you
hand.
to admit to chat that I
Two
made it up
big.
and it's my idea.
Okay. Okay. Listen.
You get 0 credit.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Gonna send all this shit back to camp.
A very gory
What are you?
idea of art.
Least
Wait, why does he have
expected.
more arms than he's supposed to? And legs.
That-
Wait, who
that
are
feels-
these other legs? Who's this other body? Is there a body under this body?
Hello, sir.
A macabre arrangement of flesh.
Do you have someone
Only
waiting
a
for you?
truly depraved
I don't think some
mind
of these
could
legs
dream
are
of
his
such a thing.
legs.
Yeah, but like it literally looks like there's just like 2 body like models that they just like stuck on here.
This is what I get for trying to strike up conversation.
This is what I get.
Astarion wants nothing to do with you, Shadowheart.
Excuse me, I'm already in a relationship. As she lets me drink her blood.
Hey, I haven't done that in a long time. That's God's favorite princess and the most interesting girl in the world. I love how that was just a meme and then the devs were like, that's so funny, we're gonna actually patch that into the game. So the joke is that Jennifer Morrison, who is the Jennifer English, holy shit, Morrison is from House. Jennifer English, the fuck, who is the voice of Shadowheart, recorded that on a TikTok. She's like, I'm Shadowheart and I'm God's favorite princess and the most interesting girl in the world. And like everyone just thought it was so funny. And then yeah, they literally patched it in. Like they added it afterwards. And it was just a TikTok that Jennifer English did.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I got gauntlets for you. Would you like them? Not for you, for what's her face?
For Shadowheart?
Yeah. What do you have? Oh no, that's I'll consider it. I'll consider it.
There's something in the
Oh
back.
no.
Oh, the gang's all here. Cute.
Kitty! Kitty!
What's this? Fresh entertainment.
Kitty!
You're too fresh for this place, aren't you? There's a whiff
Thanks.
of the surface to you. A new arrival.
I took a shower.
You burrow too deep, little rabbit.
If I was burrowing, you'd never find
I would
me.
sniff you out in an instant.
Oh,
Prey like you always has a most distinctive
Rude.
scent. It's like there's something else, almost hidden by your fierce stink.
rude.
Cherries. Musk. And sulfur. Raphael. I can smell him all over you.
What?
Okay,
How?
bro, fucking chill. Why haven't talked to him in forever? Oh,
I mean, we talked to him outside the door.
Yeah, then we left.
Recognize him.
Yeah, but that was like 2 hours ago in game.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. We left and took a long rest. That's 8 hours.
Okay, true. It's the smell of lesbian, sir.
I was like, Sulfur, are you smelling Karlak? She's a demon.
Ooh, hold on. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. I'm gonna be roguey.
Perhaps this is true of the mundane traps you know, but I am
Honor-
held here by something
Grossa.
stronger.
Gross.
Words. A contract penned by that deceitful slug, Raphael.
Oh, I'm
Where
so
is he?
curious to see how Gigi plays this.
Now!
There are so many ways to do this, by the way.
To kill this thing.
Yeah.
So let's stop chatting and kill it.
Yeah, but I don't like him. It's the smell of lesbians, sir.
No, that was Nikki who said that.
Nikki, I don't get credit for everything. Got nothing to spit out. Wait, what's happening right now? Hold on. I need to reread the die. I cannot retain anything right now. I'm sorry. Where is he? Where is he?
If you won't speak, then you don't need to draw breath. Tell me what I want, or I'll feed you to my pet over a 10-day. And
I just want to pet your kitty. Yeah, let's chat. Let's gossip.
bargaining, are you? A Karator warlord once tried the same.
Those horns look
I made him watch.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Then fashioned a
The
codpiece
kitty, the
from
displacer,
displacer
beast.
beast.
It's a kitty.
Besides,
It's a
I
kitty
told you
cat.
already, I'm bound to this place. Either I fulfill the contract, die trying, or forfeit my freedom. If I leave this place now, I'll become Raphael's slave.
Do we like Raphael? I don't like him.
Okay. We do not like Raphael, but as of right now, Raphael is the only lead as to how we can translate what's on Astarion's back.
Right.
So, like, I care because my boyfriend, but, like, do we care?
Right.
Collective we? No.
No. Sure. Why are you scared? Why are you scared?
Maybe you'll find a crossbow bolt down your throat easier to manage.
Stop thinking about my throat. Maybe you're better off indebted to Raphael.
You wouldn't say that if you truly knew his mind. Just listen to the terms he gave me.
Yeah, tell me.
Spill all the blood sworn to the night. Silence all prayers. Smother each rite. Wander Shar's halls, hungry to slay. Leave no justice here, alive to obey. Leave none to hear it, then be set free. This song is your oath. Swear it to me.
You're not good at singing, buddy.
Wow. He put his all into that performance, Gigi.
Listen, if he was on American Idol, Simon would be ripping him a new one.
That's it.
Uh-oh.
God.
So he's the one who slaughtered the Justiciars. Can we
Everything's
kill him
fine.
now?
It's not my fault. It was passive. I didn't even have a
I know,
hand in that one.
know.
What?
Asking why doesn't get me paid. Hunting and killing does. Raphael mentioned something about an Asimar. Meant
An
nothing
Asmar?
to me. I did my part. I
Asimar.
filled these halls with ghosts. But Raphael's playing some other game. One that involves stiffing me. Enough prattle.
Yeah, he
The
does.
lyrics are clear. All who hear the song must die.
That's not what it said.
Time to die.
He'll fill your ass, Samar, with holes.
I'm sorry, you'll fill what holes with what? Excuse me? I don't recall
I
saying
spent a
that.
century roaming these halls.
Oops.
I spilled every drop of dark Justicia blood that there was to spill.
I made people mad at me.
And you think you
Who
can
disliked
do
that?
better? Go on then.
Both of our
I'll
guests.
enjoy watching you fail. But try to run, and you will regret it.
At least I'm not getting the negative hits for this.
But I'm not without friends. If you break your word, they'll hunt you down and make your final moments a symphony of agony.
All I said was I was gonna search. I was gonna do that anyway. But he also got inspired, apparently.
Oh no, you made my boyfriend mad.
Well, he can get fucked.
Wow, that's rude.
Okay.
I hope you're not serious about helping that Hell's Beast.
I didn't say that.
We made a deal with Raphael. His destruction for the secrets written on my back.
I just want to explore.
All right.
Get fucked and stay
If you
fucked.
say so.
Can we talk about the two? No, I'm gonna.
Can we, like, I know you're mad, but like.
Wait, can
also-
like kissies, please?
But can like, do you want to like, I don't know, smooch a little bit? Don't worry about it.
I know you're really pissed off because my best friend did something, but you know.
Okay,
Want to do
listen.
kissies? No, just kidding. I'd do the same thing every time.
The same thing that I just did?
Mm-hmm.
How interesting.
Well, with a little different, but yeah. Yeah, I take his deal every time.
I just want to know what's going on.
Wait a second. For realsies?
You trying to hide? Why are you
No,
hiding?
I'm not. I'm trying to unhide. I'm trying to talk to this guy.
A rat. On the throne.
Do you have any speak with the animals?
Nope.
Here, I can buy one right now from this guy. Okay, here you go. Take my speak with animal potion.
Okay. Like how you're like, stop just doing animal handling when you talk to animals. Stop it.
No, you need to speak to animals. Like, stop. Come on.
I just, no, I want to read into their brains. What the fuck is it? Hello?
Thank you for the lurk.
Lurky,
I just sent it to you.
lurky. I know, but where the fuck
It's
is
just at
it?
the very bottom of your inventory.
Drink. There you go. Hello.
Unworthy to walk among friendly bones. Leave.
Reading brains. I don't want to be mean.
Talking of you, intruder, invader, unworthy.
Hi, Whitey.
These halls are not for you.
Not for you. Back off.
Try it. A lot more guts than you'd expect. A lot more.
Ah, you're polymorphed. That's a lot of rats.
What path lies before me?
I'm fighting rats. Hold on.
What? Why? Why are you fighting rats?
Because he was being a dick.
Where? Are you under? Are you below?
No, I'm up.
God.
It's fine. I will stretch. Rocks, that's different. I'm fighting rats. You don't have to come save me. It's okay. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh. Don't worry. I'm not. Okay. Don't worry. I defeated the rats. Why are you fighting rats? Dude was being a dick. To get chomped by a rat? Don't worry, I'm good. The rats make you crazy? Ooh. Loth's candle. It's an ingredient. Oh, hey, this is where the place was that I couldn't jump to. It's fine. Oh, I'm not. Why are you fighting rats?
God.
I only killed a couple. One of them escaped. It's probably gonna be fine. I'm sure that won't come back.
Yeah,
to
that will
haunt me
not
later.
come back to bite us in the ass later, for
No, no,
sure.
no,
I'm sure
no,
it'll
no,
be
no,
fine.
We'll be totally fine. Nothing.
Sure,
bad
I'm
ever
sure their
happened.
rat overlord will not be causing a problem later.
I'm sure those were all real rats. I thought that, honestly, 100% thought the rat was a polymorph dude.
You
I was
had
like, I'm gonna
speak
check.
with animals, Gigi.
That doesn't mean anything. When you're polymorphed, you turn into the animal.
Oh my gosh.
Rat king or rat queen?
Oh, like Rat King, like The Last of Us Part 2? Are you making a Last of Us reference?
Oh my god, that fucking thing. I hate that
I know,
thing
I
so much.
fucking hate the rat. As soon as I get to the hospital, I'm like, ugh!
I know, I'm so stressed right now.
Ah!
I talk to the kitty. I've got to speak with the animals. Kitty.
What business do you have in my master's
Kitty!
den?
Didn't think of your kind as slave.
Slave? You dare call Master's heart jewel a slave? I am his love.
Ugh. I'm sorry.
His what now?
Excuse me?
Belly hollow, close to death.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Master found me.
That still doesn't explain why you say master, bro. You what?
Love him, and he loves me.
Oh. Kitty.
Aw, honey.
Oh.
Not just any Orthon. Master is the darkest of desire. None compare to him.
Nothing she consider me. Love me, kitty.
The
Kitty!
creature eyes you with vague interest, which quickly becomes a sneer.
A poor word kiss.
She was not impressed by that.
Wow, okay.
She said you had a
Fucking
poor word kiss. You kiss
rude.
bad. Gigi, you're a bad kisser.
Wow, okay, let's not spread that around. That's not true.
That's what I heard.
Listen, that cat doesn't know shit.
We weren't in love.
It doesn't count. It's not real.
It's different when we love each other.
Okay, listen. You jump in?
I was trying to see, but I don't think you can.
Get down there.
I mean, we've already been over here. I'm just literally meandering while you're doing.
I can't believe you would say on the internet that I'm a bad kisser.
You're a bad word kisser.
God, I'm so upset.
The cat said it first.
Gonna come back to kissing the homies. Listen, there's nothing wrong with kissing your homies.
Fellas,
every
is it
once in a
gay to
while.
kiss your homie goodnight?
You judging how Kitty wants their oh. Kitten. Kitty wants a relationship dynamic. Barf. Kill me. Let me die. I'm just exploring. What's down here? It's not gay to kiss your homies goodnight. Hey, I found a waypoint.
Oh, good.
You kill many, but many remain. Stop! Spare our lives or face my teeth and claws. Every little death fills my head with more thoughts. It's too much, too painful. Kill one more of us and you will pay.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't.
Consequences?
You know,
Consequences of Gigi's actions? What?
No, no,
What?
no, there's no consequences.
What?
You're no ordinary rat, are you? Question mark? I don't know what you're talking about.
An ordinary rat alone, but together, something more. Some remember turning away from the sun. Some remember donning a black cloak. Some remember plunging a blade into an innocent heart. But we all remember a name. Lithindor. We share who he was.
I'm sorry?
It shouldn't be. We should be one long dead. Instead, we are many. Scurrying, hiding, surviving. We are just crumbs of a life. Harmless nothings. Unless you test us. Leave us in peace.
Or...
There are treasures. Useless to us now, but once they had value. Meaning. We hid them away. Untouched for a lifetime. Keep your word, and we will reveal them to you. And you better be true to your word. I am small, but we are many. Now fetch your prize and leave.
Do I follow him?
If that's what you want to do, if that's what we're doing.
I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do.
You can do anything. Anything is what you're supposed to do. Like,
I don't know where he went though. I feel dumb. What happened?
well, we've agreed to not kill him.
For a treasure.
Right. So, do you see where his
says-
treasure?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it marked on here?
It's marked in our map. It's not marked in our journal.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, back from whence we came. All right. You do what I want. I will do what I want. Do what you want. I just wasn't sure if it was on the map or if I had to follow him and then he was gone and then I was concerned.
I see.
Can't get there. What do you mean I can't get there? Oh, because I have to jump again. Right. Right. Whee!
It's so funny. We explore so differently.
What you mean?
Like, I do, like, areas at a time. Like, I'll do, like, the entire, like, west section of a room. Like, and then I'll go all the way west, as far west as I can go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, we just explore differently. I just think it's funny. Like, I'm trying to, like, keep up with you while also kind of still filling in my map and exploring and stuff like that. And every time I turn around, I'm like, where the fuck did she go? Like, she was right here.
Nothing but dirt.
Are you...
What you mean?
Over here?
It's below? Where the fuck is it? Oh, I need to somehow get down? Can I jump down from here? Oh. I can. I'll lose a little health. Is there another way?
Nat 20 stealth checks on me.
Listen. Okay, I can't jump there. I'll lose 9 hit points if I jump there. But also, I could get treasure. I'm full health.
Okay.
Or what? Oh wait, I might have a potion. Hold on.
We have a huge, big old temple to go through, and you're just like, I want this. You just
It's just right here.
I know, but it's just like that's what I'm saying. Like we play differently. Like in my mind, I'd be like, I'll get to it like when I get down there. But you're like,
sure,
hard focus.
My thought is like, this is in the area that we've been to, kind of. Do I really not have something that lets me jump? Featherfall. Speed. Vaulting? Yeah, that's what I want. Oh, hi! Why do I not have... Wait a minute.
Wait, am I too hot? Hold on. Why don't you have... Can you guys come down here? I just did Featherfall, and it gave it to me in Astarion, but it didn't give it to you guys. So come down here with me. And see if I do it again, if it'll apply it to everybody.
What do you mean come down there? If I do that, I'll lose 9 hit points.
Oh my, it's 9 hit points, GG.
I just don't know why my jump...
You only lose 4. Okay, so hold on, let me do... Oh, Shadowheart doesn't want it. Yeah, see, now it's counting you, so it must be the level difference. But I gave it to Astarion still. I don't know. Bring Shadowheart down? Oh, you are. Okay.
How is that 12? Ma'am, come over here. It just must be just too hot. Why are you gonna lose 12?
She might not. Oh, she did. Okay. Well, here's Featherfall. Alright, now we can all jump down here.
Why do we need to jump down? Because it's the level we need to be in.
No, it's not. It's all the way at the bottom.
No. It doesn't say down. I don't think.
Oh.
Why is target too far? I took a potion. I took a potion.
Oh, your potion expired.
Why?
Because it's only for 10 turns.
I just took it.
Well, maybe it wasn't 10 turns. Maybe it was only 3 turns. Do we need Glorious Vaulting too? Hold on, I'm sure I have one of those.
Well, that's what I used.
No, I know, but I'm saying I'm sure I've got... Oh, I
No,
don't
I
have a
have.
scroll. Maybe I do have a scroll.
Yeah, it is 10 turns. Why did it... Did I not actually... No, because I had 3. Guess I'll drink it again. Give me that brick. Yay, there's a finger! And a frosted ear, and wood bark. And gold. I'm gonna lose tile. Thanks. Wow! Oh, 6 seconds of real time? Sure, that tracks. I'm just an idiot. Oh, there's a door! Oh, is this how we were supposed to get here?
I'm like, okay, so I don't want to fucking ruin it, but like, it's like right here is where we like need to end up for like everything. So I just like, should we just go?
No, I want to explore.
Okay, that's why I'm like, that's why I was using Featherfall, because I thought you were trying to get to where.
Oh no, I was trying to get to the rat treasure.
Oh, because like there is very, 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 very clearly, obviously something here. That's why I was like, we can just feather fall down there if you just want to go down there.
No,
okay.
I was trying to get the rat treasure.
That's why I was like,
That's all I wanted.
I was like, I don't know why you want, like, we can go, but like we'll make it down there eventually.
I wanted rat treasure.
Fucking rat treasure.
I
Are
made
you
a deal with the
joking?
rats. I made a deal with the rats. You're ridiculously knowledgeable about how blink of an eye a turn actually is. First, yeah, that's fair. Pink is annoyed by me, chat.
No, I just like we just play differently, I guess. I don't know. Like this is the first time that I've ever I don't want to say struggled, because struggled is not the right, but this is the very first time that our different play styles has actually been like obvious. Like me, I'm like, how can I talk my way out of everything? And Gigi's like, how can I kill my way out of everything?
No,
and loot and
I talked
explore.
my way out of the rats. I talked my way out of the rats, okay? After I murdered some.
I have that is the hardest thing, because I've gotten to the point where like I've played this game so long, I'm not gonna loot every single container anymore, because like I just know, like I know that it's just bones and it's just garbage and stuff like that.
I want the bones.
I know. And your first playthrough, everybody does this. Everybody is like loot, 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 loot. I got to Act 3 and now I have 200,000 gold and I don't know what to do with it. You know, so it's just like, okay.
That's what I want.
Right.
That's what I want.
Right. So I'm just like, been there, done that. So now I just wait. I walk into the room and then I just wait while Gigi loots.
I should probably read this because this seems important.
And then I just wait.
The original purpose of the sacred mirror has been lost to the ages. Some suppose it was the result of Telemont Tenthal's attempts to delve into the Shadowfell itself in the time before the folly of his master Karsus. This claim it only became an object of devotion after the fall of Netheril, when the lost-stricken survivors of the floating cities found comfort in Lady Shar's embrace. What is certain that many of the Night Singer's faithful claim to feel some echo of her power and majesty when in the presence of the mirror, even though it is shattered. They are often said to feel lesser once they step away from the mirror, hence the name has become commonly known by. Nobody knows. Cool, great, thanks. Useful.
Yeah, exactly, Andy. I can just chat. Most of the time, it's fine. There are some times where I'm just like, I'll just wait, and I'll just sit, and I'll just wait. But yeah, most of the time, I can just chat with chat.
I'm sorry.
No. It's more like when it starts getting late and chat starts getting sleepy and they don't talk as much. It's just like,
yeah.
Okay. I will just wait here while Gigi does the looting.
In darkness, truth. In shadows, justice. In the Dark Lady's name. Always.
Always.
In darkness, truth. In
Okay, I understand.
shadows, Justice.
I think I don't
In
think
the Dark Lady's
there's
name.
a good way out. I think we may have to fast travel. Oh yeah, how's that game going?
Truth. In
Okay, I
shadows,
understand.
Justice.
Yes, I understand.
In the Dark Lady's name. Always.
I don't really want to use another potion.
What's inside?
Oh my gosh. Sorry, friends.
You know what we could do?
What? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do here, down here in this temple? What a wonderful time. What a wonderful place. Haha. It's 40s cam, baby. That's what I was saying, is that we would fast travel to the place where we fast travel.
Yeah,
Amazing. Amazing and wonderful. I am a 40s radio announcer. Didn't you know? Welcome. The Gauntlet of Shar. We're going down these stairs, and we're gonna go loot these bodies. Oh my gosh. Amazing.
Overcome my trials.
Are you happy? Are you happy, YT? We've got orders. What do the orders say? Can I read them? I will take them. Can I read them? Can I take them? Hello? Pay close attention. Seek the means to access the relic. Search in the library. Do not deviate. Do not fail. Return promptly. Sounds like we need to go to the library. The library, you say? What a time to be alive. Where there is a library, upon which we can search.
Countless initiates walked these halls once, seeking to become dark justiciars. I will follow in their path. I will succeed.
Oh my god, Shadowheart,
think-
shut up.
Shut up, Shadowheart, do you not understand that there's a man here who's murdering all of your friends? He's murdered all of justiciars.
Shadowheart,
Murder.
you're in a cult.
Shadowheart. Think for yourself.
Shadowheart.
Shadowheart. What an amazing time. Shadowheart.
Shadowheart.
Haha.
Haha, Shadowheart.
Large face. Ha 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 ha.
Haha, Shadowheart.
Her most hallowed mercy.
I thought that was a trap, but it was a plaque. I was supposed to read it. And I was trying to disarm it, and it wasn't gonna let me because it's a plaque. Not a trap. Turns out not everything is a trap. Not everything is trying to kill you. As much as it may seem like everything's trying to kill you, not everything is. This man also has far too many arms.
Display. It is clear the victim suffered greatly before dying and being put on show.
YT, is it everything you ever wanted it to be and more? I hope so. Thank you very much.
The Gauntlet of Shar.
Oops.
I can't believe it. I can't believe we found
It's
the
not
Dark
good for you to
Lady's
choke on a
sacred
bagel.
crucible.
Bagels are not for breathing, bagels for eating.
Breeding.
For eating. For eating. She saw it. Shadowheart is reading things into the wind. She doesn't actually know anything. Turns out the wind said, please, become a Dark Justiciar and get yourself murdered by the demon that lives there. needs to calm down. She needs to calm the fuck down.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I'm glad you're having a good time. What a wonderful time it is to be alive. The dialogue options in this game do not really make for this channel point redeem to be very successful. I apologize. It's a special temple. The specialist temple that's ever existed.
I mean,
my character is dirty as fuck.
It's a shame she's like a psycho, but like Shar's actually kind of pretty.
Shadowheart?
Shar.
Shar. Oh.
Shar, like the statues, like. How's she?
YT, thank you for that redeem.
Oh my gosh, Andy, she's on one today. She destroyed one of her toys today. Like we have a little pet toy graveyard that we have for like just like when we have to like retire the toys because they get like too dangerous for the dogs to have or whatever. This is her second toy that's going in the graveyard. We're like, what the heck? How are you destroying toys?
She just has a lot of feelings.
She does. She has a lot going on right now. She doesn't know what to do or what to feel. I don't think she's out. Oh, her head's out. It's either her head or her butt. I can't tell.
You don't regret almost dying?
I can't tell.
Well, that's good.
AKA razor blades. I know. Especially when they get like snagged on like, you know, the edge of your hand or like one of your fingers and some. Yeah. She also her nails grow so fast, and she does not let us cut them. She does not let us cut them. She has to go in one of those like those harness things where she hangs, so they're all 4 feet are out.
I love those so much.
So
I always look so confused while it's happening. Well, that's a big lever. Should I pull it?
That's just an elevator. I found the piece and I already put it back upstairs. So we can do that like after we've done these down here if you want to.
Sure.
Pull the lever, Grant.
She gets put in air gel. Yeah.
I sometimes put Sophie in air gel, but that's just with my hands and when she's being obnoxious. And she gets fully like neutralized. She's like, "Well, what is happening? How did I get here?" Faith leap trial. Uh-oh.
Yes. But also no. Okay.
The bowl contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain. It forms a neat disc, as if spilled calmly and willingly.
This is one of Lady Shar's trials. Allow me, please.
Nah, I'm gonna do it.
Nah, you're not doing this.
Nah. Why am I just covered in fucking dirt? I like how I'm in your schedule. It's me, Gigi.
Aww. Even the darkest recesses of Lady Shar's embrace. I must remember where
honey,
to step.
You okay?
And have faith that she will guide me.
Yeah, she's good.
I must remember where to step. And have faith that she will guide me.
Okay, so should you go first then? Okay. Is there a way for me to, like, see?
Mm-hmm.
What? What? I'm just gonna turn on the lights. That seems like a good idea. Oh! Uh-oh. Her leg is in the floor. She is super glitched.
She's actually just laying down on the ground for me, which is kind of funny.
She's, like, stretched through the world. Do I have a revivify? Because that's on me. Do you mind if I take a revivify out of your pockets?
Sure.
Or I could just run back to Withers real quick.
No.
I'm good with that.
No. Go for it. I love watching people figure this trial out for the first time. And then after you figure out, I'm going to show you how I solved it.
This is gonna make me feel dumb, probably.
Oh, it is going to make you feel absolutely stupid. Can I ask you something, though? Did you play Breath of the Wild?
A little bit.
Okay.
I didn't finish it, because I suck.
Okay.
How do I... Can I even target her? If she's in the ground?
Yeah. As long as you can, like, get the... You can click on our picture, too, by the way.
I can do that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm stupid. Target is... I can't...
You can't... No, you've selected her. You just need to place her now.
What?
You click on her once to select her, and then you have to place her. You're trying to click on where she is to put her down. So you can't. You just find a different place to put her down. Here, I'll do it.
A little help, please.
No. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
The problem is that she was half in the ground, and so I couldn't...
Yeah, but if you clicked on her picture, you could have selected her, and then just picked a place on the ground to do it. Yeah. It's all good.
Here, cure wounds yourself.
Take cure wounds. A little help, please.
There you go. Now you have some hit points. Can I turn... If I do these torches, can I see? No. Is there like another angle? So I can go here. Or I can go here. Oh, she's dead again. Amazing.
What's on the floor in front of you?
Blood.
What's under the blood?
Oh. I hate that. That's genuinely upsetting. So is it from here? I'm not gonna remember that shit.
But you can change your camera though. Like you can go into O. You move your character, and then move your camera back.
Yeah.
You don't have to memorize it. You can move your camera back and forth. I would do it in O though. I would do it in tactical view.
Yeah. So, does Shadowheart have to do it?
No.
Okay,
She wants to. She has to do the blood sacrifice, or she gets mad at you.
Gotcha.
But anybody can can complete the trial, really.
So I need to go here. Ugh, this is dumb.
I would go the other way because it's connected and you don't have to jump.
I was just gonna, like...
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't go into that darkness.
Oh, I'm dead now. Well, that's a shame.
I'm not gonna solve it for you. I'm gonna go to camp. Oh, I can't go to camp. Hold on. I just have to go out the side of the door. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Is there something you
No,
want to
no, 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 no. No.
Simple.
Thanks.
Can you not leave?
They lock it from the inside when you get in here, but I just have to lock it out. Oh my god, it just might take a second because I don't have all the bonuses that I normally do. It's okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's
Hi,
no, it's not your
Azarel.
fault. Hi, Azarel. Oh my gosh, you're so right. I'm literally stupid. Thank you. I think it's because when I went to go, I had this pole in my way. I don't know. The light. I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me that I'm apparently a stupid idiot. Okay.
No.
I'm gonna leave here so I can go back to camp. Okay. Go to camp.
I have perished.
I'm taking it out of your money though.
Yeah. I've got a lot of it.
No, I know, but I'm taking a
party
little
money.
extra. I'm taking a little extra for me because I don't feel like actually sitting here and scrolling to make it 400. So.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Party money, like.
No, I know. I'm
for
just teasing you. Like you have to pay for this. All right, where is he in his camp? He's over here. Okay.
Why do we
you
even
even-
have that?
Because sometimes Pink doesn't pay attention even though she's played this enough.
Companion, take care that thou art not distracted on thy quest.
Gasp.
Seeking the comforts of the flesh.
Was it like?
Recall that in
I guess where I walked.
Yeah.
dost thou require.
No, I
a new
need
ally?
a new
Thou
companion.
mayest.
I need a new companion.
These ones are fucking stupid.
As
Oh, so we can't actually
fate,
go to these
dost thou
platforms. They're just
require a new
reference.
ally? Then thou
I
must return. But this is the price of balance. Well,
I
Countess.
understand. So I guess like.
And dusk I strike thy name.
Oh, you,
But like.
that's funny. So we can just have Shadowheart's dead body now. I'm looking for something to entertain myself tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions? No, I don't. I don't think I've got anything
what
going on
time-
tomorrow. Do you guys have anything going on tomorrow?
What
Like-
time are you looking for entertainment? 'Cause,
Like, is there a possibility of like something to watch or something? Like,
As it should.
I mean, maybe. Where is
Dost
Shadowheart?
thou
she's
require a
over
new
there.
ally?
She's not in.
Or may- Which of them does thou
Do I have to pick her up
require?
again?
This is the price of balance.
No, I got her.
Dost
I just
thou
have to do it one at a time.
require anything
Remember?
else?
Oh, I thought you did her first. Sorry.
And dusk I strike
Maybe a bit of bed rotting. Well, I mean, if you are looking for something around, I don't know, noon
or 2 p.m. Eastern,
noon Mountain Time.
You're thinking about going no electronic stuff for tomorrow? Yeah.
No electrics. I heard that there's some crazy people doing some like weird stream game thing.
Weird people doing weird things,
Weird
am I right?
people doing a weird stream thing, you know.
11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Let me hold on. Let me do some time zone stuff. Let me think for a second. So that's like approximately like 2 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you should see if like there's any good like game shows on, or like maybe you should check out like the special events category on Twitch and see if anything special is happening. Any events that are special.
Also, with a group of people.
With a group of people together. Yeah.
It actually is standard time right now. We are currently in standard time. Daylight is the spring forward. Because I am an asshole.
Anyways, let's go back.
Yeah, okay.
Don't forget you're not in a group though, so don't.
Fuck.
I know. Because I had to bring you back. Oh no, because you separated to do this thing.
Where are we? Okay, here.
Fall back, spring forward.
Okay, let's.
Except in Arizona, they don't do that. People specify unnecessarily. I just always say standard time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know, because
See,
like it always is like
before.
EST. I mean, I do see.
What am I doing wrong?
Whoa. Whoa. Hold on. I need to do photo mode right now. Cannot start photo mode while camera's in tactical view. Oh, your camera's in. Can you turn your camera off tactical?
What did I do?
I just don't think you were right. That's insanity right there.
Where do I walk off? Where do I walk off that edge if not off of the stairs?
Right here.
That's where I did, and then I died.
Ooh, you know what's funny? I can see the path right now. The path is loaded for me.
Oh, it is a little bit, yeah. It's a little shadowy.
Yeah.
It's not connected over here.
It just looks like it's not doing all of the... No, it's not loading all of the blocks. Like, it's not loading the blocks that are closest to us. It's just loading the ones that are further away.
Hi, Canyon. Okay. Well, I guess I will be Shadowheart now. And I will walk off of the edge in a slightly different place.
No, it's right in the center.
That's... I swear that's what I did.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. Uh-huh. That's like the middle. Uh-huh. But we're not going onto these ledges, apparently.
No, you can't touch the shadow. The only shadow you can touch is the last one, because it'll clear when you get there. And don't forget, hold on, pause for a second. You're skipping this one. This is not the... This over all the way over here is the answer.
Huh?
This platform, this is not the answer platform. I just don't want, because I made that mistake my first time thinking like, oh, it's here.
Oh,
this
gotcha.
is the answer platform.
Yeah.
Okay. Because my first time, I was like, oh, I made it. And I touched it without thinking.
And then died dead.
Mhm.
Nah.
Oh, did you? Oh, you must have gone a little too far? How?
Yes.
Oh, you did. I see.
I'm dead again.
I know. I'm going back out. Hold on.
I'm too dumb for this.
No, you're not. Everybody struggles with this one. And then I will show you how I did it.
Spins along. Dost thou require a new ally? Or
On the
mayhap
first time, oh my gosh.
with the proper
I just need to get close enough so I can fucking Misty Step.
This is the price of balance. Well counted. By doom and dusk I strike thy
Touch the
name
butt.
from the archives.
Oh my god, he touched the butt. But seriously though, for those of you who are in chat who don't know, we are doing a special event tomorrow at noon.
Oh yeah, no, we were fucking around. That's the PPC games tomorrow. Please be here.
Yeah, please be here tomorrow at noon. Well, noon Mountain Time.
2 Eastern.
It's gonna be fun and silly.
Wait. Hold on a second. Are you back?
I am.
Why is it letting me resurrect you a second time?
This is the price of balance. Well,
Like I almost paid a second time to bring you back.
by doom and dusk I strike thy name.
Where are you? You're right here, right where you belong. Right where I belong.
I never met a skeleton before. Are you know.
Why is he looking like Crocodile Dundee with that hat?
Because the hat gains a +1 to ranged attack rolls.
Ringed?
Ringed.
You've been accepted into a place. Accept Ed. Okay, let's fucking try this again, but less stupid. Right down the middle. Here. And then like here. Ugh, I feel like that was too far. That's fine. I don't want to go too much closer because that's where I was and then I died. Okay. This community, welcome. Welcome to the community. The community. This blood is in the way.
Do you need me to clean it up?
No, it's okay. I think it's probably fine. We'll find out. I'm gonna line up with this. I feel like that's a clue. Your grippy socks? Oh, good. You need them here. Here there be crazies. Just back and forth, back and forth. I don't like all these turns. I have no reference for space and time. Don't fall to your death.
Can you
Do I have
Misty Step from
Misty
there? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I do. Target is out of sight? It's too dark. I can't Misty Step, it's too dark. Okay. Did I already scoot over? I think I did. Oh no. Oh no. For fucks!
Oh, that was so good.
Okay.
That was a good one. That was a very, very, very good attempt.
Just run faster than the forever yeet. Oh, I can revivify myself. Hold on. Actually, no. I'll keep going as me. That way I can revivify myself.
Good strategy.
Okay. And then the middle. That felt too far. That's fine. It's fine. And then like here-ish. Blood.
Bold move. Let's see if it pays off, Cotton. No, it is a good strategy, though.
Well,
to keep playing as yourself so you don't kill two characters.
Yeah. Strategery and whatnot.
Mm.
And then like here-ish. And then like here-ish. And then like and then there's the statue like here-ish. And then this is stressful. Here. God balls. Fucking. Okay. Hold on. Be alive again. Thank you. I didn't do as well that time, and I don't know why. I followed the map.
Might have been a little too far to a side or something.
Yeah, probably. You know what this is making me think of is Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. The leap of faith.
So it is the faith leap trial.
Mm-hmm. Map can be a dick. How can it be both? It's a map. And, okay. And then here-ish. Right, yeah. And then here-ish. Right?
Map mimics?
Map.
That'd be crazy.
That's along the same lines of like putting a mimic inside of a fucking healing potion. As they say, a dick move. Ah, for fuck's button. Okay. This is a skosh too far.
Take you. I need to hold
Doing great. Just dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, alive. At least I got this first little bit good.
I can't believe how close you got that one attempt.
I know. I'm
I'm
so
heartbroken
pissed.
for you.
I'm so mad. Scooch'd a smidge like here. And then a smidge like here. And then a smidge here. And then up to like here. And then here.
Oh, you must have been like toe. Like a toe.
Like a toe. like a fucking toe. I think this is my last Revivify. I have to use a 4th level slot. I have 2 more slots that I can use it. Alright. Fucking Gertrude, I swear, if your toes feel an edge, don't keep going. Ma'am? You also have agency in this. She's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I just go where you click. Poor unfortunate soul. I'm fine. It's Gertrude that's the problem. A purple. Wow. Is it because I sang Ursula song? Don't go too far, bitch. And then just a smidge. And then just a smidge. And then just a I don't trust my memory. And then a smidge. And then a skosh. And then a smidge. Please don't fall immediately this time. Please. Please. Wait, I'm supposed to go past. It must be slightly angled.
So I am noticing. Look
Yeah.
at the floor. When you go from this point to this point, you start to go a little bit to the left. So I don't know if by the time you're getting to this point, you're not centered. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if you're clicking or if she's just walking, but for some reason when you go from this point, you kind of start drifting a little bit left, click close to this platform instead of going straight.
Okay. I need fucking grid lines, bro. I don't have. Well, YT, I'm glad that I can occasionally capture attention.
Take your I need to hold on.
Too much shrimping? Who, me? I'm not shrimping. I mean, I don't have ideal sitting posture. Spine ain't a straight line no more? Oh, no. Neither is Spain. It's okay. It feels... I'm trying to get my camera lined up. Good luck fighting your 80. Bro, I can't even fight my own. Shit. Scoochy, scoochy. I kind of have grid lines on the map, but that doesn't really help me when I'm selecting a spot, though. What's on the menu for dinner? For whom? So, like, here? I don't like it. Okay, and then we'll go like here. Everyone? Because then if I go there... Ugh, that first time, I got so close. It's fine. It's just like when we were playing Elden Ring.
I know. I was thinking that, like, we would always get super close the first attempt, and then every attempt after that would be so bad. Bagels with ham and cheese and some garlic butter. Ooh, yum. I want some. Gimme. Bagels. Oh, bagel sounds really good right now. I don't think this does anything, but I'm just gonna throw it over here. But I don't think this does anything. Okay, it doesn't.
Yeah. Pizza night tonight? What kind of pizza?
Do you need to go rest to get revived?
Yeah.
Okay.
At the ready.
Goodbye, Gertrude. I'll never forget you.
Secret path.
Let's
Wait.
just do...
Oh, because she's dead?
Well,
I tried to just do, like, the long rest thing, but it wouldn't let me.
Oh, weird.
You're no fun.
You cannot fast travel right now. Alright, I guess bring her back?
Yeah, I guess. That's unfortunate. Alright,
while you bring her back, I'm just gonna pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll bring myself back, and then I will also... Where the fuck? Where's the man? Oh, there he is. Literally right here. A cheesy boy? Hell yeah. I need to have the dialogue option. I love pizza so much. I don't... Okay. Just let me resurrect Gertrude. I don't wanna. Go away. I don't... I have better things to be doing. Pisha? Wait, actually what? Actually what? Talk faster. I did. I got the Hawaiian barbecue place for lunch today. 'Twas delicious. Oh. Here. Here's the gold. Oh my god. Go away. So long. I was like, I'll bring myself back and then I will also go piss girl. And he talked so
The whole
long.
time.
Yes,
Wait, so you haven't gone piss girl?
No.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna go make a turkey sandwich.
I did not post pics. I am very sorry.
So you've always been a bone man.
Okay, I'm gonna go piss girl real quick. We'll be right back. Give me just I also need water. It's gonna be a few minutes. Okay, just a second. Okay, goodbye.
I never met a skeleton before. Are you, dead?
I am not a skeleton. I am neither dead or undead, neither alive nor unliving.
I don't get it.
Thou wilt.
Can I touch your face?
No.
You're no fun.
No.
So, what were you before you were this?
There is no before.
So you've always been a bone man.
In a sense.
I never met a skeleton before. Are you, dead?
I am not a skeleton. I am neither dead or undead, neither alive nor unliving.
I don't get it.
Thou wilt.
Can I touch your face?
Okay. I just speed run a sandwich.
You're no fun.
Okay. No, Smelly was here. I heard her whining. I don't know if it came through on stream or not, but I heard her whining. Because she gets a little bit of separation anxiety, don't ya? Don't ya? Say, I just don't know what to do when my mother isn't here.
So, what were you before you were this?
There is no before.
So you've always been a bone man.
Ugh. can't wait for Gigi to get back and finish this so I can show her how I do it.
Never met a skeleton before. Are you know, dead?
I am not a skeleton. I am neither dead.
She's so curious about the chickens. She wants to play with them so badly. They don't want to play, obviously. She's so curious about them. She doesn't understand them at all.
Okay. I have water and I have snacks.
What did you get for snack? More fruit snacks?
I got some snacks and I got a mini bagel and I got some Reese's.
Mmm.
Can I touch your face?
Okay. Let's go sleep so that I can die several more times. Because apparently I suck.
You don't suck. This one is really hard.
Go sleep, girl.
So, what were you before you were this?
She's eepy.
There is no before.
But... what do you want, Shadowheart?
There's
do you want?
something I've been wanting to share with you.
No,
Now's
I
a
need
good
to go
time?
die several more times. What do you fucking want? Are you feeling unwell? Is it the tadpole? Are you dying?
No. The opposite. I feel like I can share this with you. I've never felt that way before.
Well, I have
It's
a girlfriend.
difficult to put into words.
Uh-huh.
I think
I
it
have
might
a
be easier
girlfriend.
to just show you. Use the
I've literally
tadpole,
never talked to you.
the connection. Come into my mind.
Oh.
That's what she said? Are you sure?
I'm sure. I trust you.
Yeah,
Do I have any what on that sandwich? What? What? What?
Any what?
I don't remember how it started. Only how it
I
ended.
made it. I'm gonna kill you.
I was fleeing.
You have a girlfriend? Karlak. I've got Karlak. We boned last time. Oh, look at her little space buns. She's so cute. Call me a hussy. Rude. It's a puppy. Hi, puppy. Wanna go play fetch? Go get that belly. Don't hurt the puppy. Is that the wolf from Ghost? Mm-hmm.
She asked my name. Can't remember what I said. Can't remember anything before those words. All I know is she saved my life.
You're always romancing the men?
With Lady Shar.
Yeah,
Very
same.
pretty.
Mm-hmm.
It hurts.
The multiple men. Mm-hmm.
All of the men.
That's all I remember.
Men plural.
Definitely romancing the men plural.
Uh-huh. Certainly not just the same one. Over and over and over.
The wilds to to navigate their way home.
Ew, men derogatory. I feel like you owe your life.
Lady Shar.
Calm the fuck down.
Wow. Her.
Imagine
and those who
romancing
saved
men.
me
Ew.
and taught me her ways. The Mother
Imagine.
Superior.
No, just
made
imagine.
me who
Just
I am.
Imaging
Imagine.
romancing men.
At least as best as I can remember. She taught me, trained me.
Imaging
punished me when I
romance.
failed, which was often.
No one even noticed your typo until you corrected it.
Perhaps I was. She sent me on this
Because we
mission
say
after all.
imagine so often. And honestly, imagine.
Imagine saying imagine.
Imagine saying imagine. Who are you? The Bears?
I noticed it.
Pain is the gauntlet that
It's
all
not
who
all
love
about
Lady
you,
Shar
Andy.
must endure. Only her embrace can truly heal me. To try and salve myself would do nothing but
I did, and I
in the
agree.
Night
True.
Singer's eyes.
To be fair, I may be romancing a lady in this playthrough, but I did make my dream boyfriend
Guardian.
very attractive. My dream boyfriend.
Guardian.
Boyfriend.
Guardian boyfriend.
Guardian friend.
Yep. I can't spell anything, so I'm never afraid. You did. You just spelled anything right there.
You just did it. I'm so proud of
Yeah.
you. Listen. But a beautiful woman. I made my dream boyfriend look like a fucking Lord of the Rings character, and he's glorious.
Perhaps you're right.
Perhaps you're white.
There's little we can do about it just now. Maybe a
After
way
all,
will present itself in time if Lady Shar wills it.
You can't even type like.
I want to
with
get
your-
you to know you more, Shadowheart.
Oh my god. Dumb. Okay, thanks. Goodbye. Leave. Goodbye. We were in the middle of something. Oh, come back. Come with me. Okay, are you ready to revivify me so many more times again? Alright, we got this. First try, baby. Middle to here. As you should.
Are you
Why
ready
not
to rumble?
always- Why are you just not always watching?
Y'all ready for this? Some of you guys are too young. You don't even know that.
That's how it goes. I mean, I do have a sound command that is that, but it's mostly
Mortal
used to scare me.
Kombat!
It's mostly just used to startle me.
Mortal Kombat!
Thank you for the clip. Okay, and then I scooch over just a smidge.
Flawless victory. Katana wins.
Okay, and then from here.
So much happened that Discord is like, wait, I can't.
Hold on!
Hold on a second, I can't.
Please, please, just wait 1 second. Oh no. A little bit. To like.
Opening at the start raid video is true. I need to redo mine so bad. Mine's so old now. I used to do it twice a year, and now it's been like what, like 2 years.
Okay, I need to at least update some of the clips in there in mine. I need to add some pink stuff in there.
Aww.
Where the fuck am I? Okay, here. Okay. And see, it looks like the path goes past the platform. But the last couple of times I did it, it dropped me like a hot potato. So maybe I'll just go to the platform? Why? Why?
Yeah, it does look like it goes past it. So it's like to the middle point.
Right.
And then
you
over,
go
and then past. Are you drifting to the left again, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know.
I found it so much easier in tactical view. Maybe it'll be easier out of tactical for you.
Oh, no. There's no way.
Oh, okay. Who's your favorite Mortal Kombat character and why is it Scorpion? Honestly, I know it's like super like cliche, but I literally love like Scorpion, Sub-Zero, and Reptile. Like I just think like the whole three of them are so cool. But my favorite is either Melina or Katana. I love Katana, honestly. I used to fuck with Sonya Blade real hard. Like Sonya Blade was probably like my #1, and then I got real nasty with Katana. Katana wins. I'm so excited that Carl Urban is gonna be fucking Johnny in the new one. That's gonna be so crazy.
Speaking of Lord of the Rings.
I know.
And then to fucking here. Okay.
Okay, so
I'm not gonna spend 17 years fucking doing this.
Yeah, you're drifting to the left. I saw it. So go with a smidgen to the right.
Well, I still need to go to the right.
Yeah,
anyway,
but yeah, okay.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna go to the edge of the platform.
Okay, that was straight. Okay.
Okay, didn't drop me.
I don't think you've turned left yet. I think you
I
have to go a little. Okay. Now
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
go.
yeah,
I would start to go left.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, so a little bit further then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it must. So the other couple times where you're missing it, you must have been drifting.
I must have. Yeah. Tokyo drifting.
Tokyo drifting. Tav drifting. If you're not watching Mortal Kombat Legends, Scorpion's Vengeance. Did anybody watch the new Mortal Kombat with Louis Tan? I actually liked it.
Feels so uneven. To here. And then a smidge. And then a smidge. And then a smidge. Get that lined up straight. Okay. And then back to here.
You drifted a smidge left, but that's okay.
Okay. And then over to here. And then straight fucking back to like
What? Why did that look
Did
like she like went to the right to go straight?
Oh, this bitch! I swear. Okay. This is going great. This is going
GG.
great.
This the other 3 trials or 4, however many more trials are, they are a cakewalk after this. This is the hardest one, and everybody struggles on this.
I'm gonna need more fruit snacks. Okay. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Moving ahead. Is it taking account your character's facing? I don't know.
It may have been because she very obviously turned to the right. She did like a wide turn to go straight.
Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
And then here. And then here. And then here. And then don't drift. Here.
Perfect.
And then here. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I know, she... This bitch, I swear.
That's scary, but okay.
I just wanted to take a tiny step and
Okay.
kind of like... Do I scoot back a little bit more? I gotta. I think just like this...
I think the way that don't take my word for it, but I think that you have to go one square past it.
Yeah.
To have the
like
walk
where
to
I
go
am.
to the left.
Right. Which is kind of where it seems like I am. So I'm just gonna...
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. That's
Let's make this easy on ourselves.
A little smidge. Just a smidge. No!
It's okay. We're making this easy now. We're easy mode now.
Yeah, right?
You've struggled long enough. You can get to this part. You can get to this part. You've consistently made it to this part.
Oh look, I got it all the way back here again. Good job, me. Wait.
So you have to step up a tiny bit.
This is the up skosh? Okay.
No, wait. I lied. Yeah, and then you should be able to go left.
Yeah. And I don't go all the way to the platform, just a smidge.
Okay, so you didn't have to scotcha. Okay, so that was me. I just couldn't remember if we had already scotched or not.
I couldn't either.
Okay, so we are already scotched, so we are going to the left.
Yeah, we already left it, so now we go up. Right?
No, we should be going left and then up, right? And we're gonna test it. I think we're going left, and then I think we're going up. Because you're in the corner. You're not. You haven't taken the smidge yet. You're still at the corner.
I think I'm there.
Okay, then try to go up.
I need to go up. Yeah, I just need to go a little bit more scoshy than I did. Nope, never mind. Just kidding. I'm a liar.
Oh, so you're a fucking liar. Okay.
So you're a fucking liar.
Oh, so you're a fucking liar.
You're a fucking liar. I see it as you're gonna fucking lie to me. Okay, so I need to go left, but I didn't... I feel like I haven't gone back yet.
I think you have to go a little bit left and then go up. I don't think you're far enough left.
Okay, because I need to be lined up. No? I am.
I think the problem is that you're not far enough left. Because you're going up and you're missing it. So I think you need to go a little bit more left.
I'll go a little bit more left. I don't think that's right though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then something's not lined up here. Do you want to keep going from this save point or no?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I need to go back.
Okay.
But I need to do it better.
Okay. Fucking and lying. Who has the time? No, you're lying and fucking at the same
not
time.
fucking
At the same
and
time.
lying.
At the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Back to tactical mode. Yeah, because I'm here. I just did the first left. So now I need to go back a smidge, but I need to make sure that I don't go off kilter. I think maybe is what it was. Maybe I went off kilter. Yeah. Okay. So now I need to go left and line up with not all the way to the platform, but like just a little. Do I need to go farther back? Maybe I need to go farther back. Multitasking? Yeah, 100%. Okay. See, I'm lined up here. I need to go back. The problem is I just don't know how far back. Not that far. Like here?
So when you mean back, do you mean you're trying to go more to the right while you're going up?
I'm not trying to go more to the right. I'm trying to go straight back.
Straight upwards, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
On
okay.
the map. If you're looking at the map, yes, I'm going straight
I'm watching
up.
your
Sorry.
character. I'm not watching the map. I've been watching your character.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean like the floor map. Okay. Where am I?
You just moved a little bit.
I know, but I meant like on the. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to make sure you didn't like accidentally move.
Yeah. No, I did that on purpose. Okay. You know what the problem is? It's the angled walls at the end.
Yeah.
I've lost
your straight path. You know what you can do is, so if the second you load in, you don't touch anything and just go into tactical view, you'll be at a 90-degree angle. You can use the boxes of your like spell stuff to line yourself up. Do you see?
Yeah. Okay, I think I need to go left. Or do I need to go back just a smidge more? I think I need to go back farther. I think I'm just not going back far enough because I'm scared. I'm a scaredy cat. That feels like I went too far. Okay. I would like to die in real life. Okay, so we'll go slightly farther back. Why? Why do you want this, Shadow Heart? Why am I doing this for you? I don't
I
even
know.
like you. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Look at how far you've gotten, though. This is the home stretch.
You know. Mhm. Okay, now I definitely have to go left. Right? Just a little. And then it should just be home free from there. So just like here. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
I'm not upset or this. I've been done. I've done this. I did this my first time too. I know.
I've been done this.
I done been here. I know. I party wiped one time because I was like, no, I can do this, and I just fucking I just like made all 4 of them go because like I can fucking do this.
Okay.
Not like I didn't have them go like in a chain. Like I literally just like had one character die at a time until I was like, I can figure this shit out.
We're fine. We're doing great.
You're like I said, you're in the home stretch. You just gotta feel out the Okay, so point to me on the map where you are right now. You're here when you start, correct?
How do you do it again?
Alt and then right button on the mouse.
Yeah, I'm right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And so then I'm going here.
Up to there. Okay. Okay.
And it seems like I can't tell if I need to go far. I must have to go farther because it's when I try to make that turn is when I keep dying.
Okay. So what do we have that we can kind of use as a reference for your point on that? Is there anything on the walls or anything?
There's like there is this column here.
Mm-hmm.
And the last couple of times I've tried just like using that.
Let's just try. What happens if, obviously don't go here, but what happens if you go as tall as the edge, the very, very edge of this corner?
I can try.
Do you think that's too tall?
I think so, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Let me line myself up really quickly because I need to make sure that I'm at least.
So you'd be like, I don't know if I can ping on the floor. Are you like maybe here?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Do I go all the way or do I do?
I would go left. This is what I would go left to right to the edge of this platform. So I would go left to like here, and then I would straight shoot it up.
I think that's too far.
How did I just? Oh my god! Because I accidentally touched and I walked. That's funny. Okay, it's fine. Don't res me. I meant to go like tag and I hit the walk button, so my character just walked off to her death. Yay! Okay, so now just touch the thing. Touch the thing before you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to touch the thing. I'm trying. I can't. I'm trying to touch the thing. What do I touch?
Wait, why is it not acknowledging you?
Hello?
Do you need to do the altar again?
I don't know.
It shouldn't be.
Watch your back.
You stay here. Shadow fart?
Contains an ancient rust-colored bloodstain.
Maybe
you recognize this as a trial where initiates would prove themselves to
maybe because we did a log rest, it like reset the blood sacrifice.
Their ability to navigate her
hopefully we could.
Darkness.
Did you just die during this?
I hope not. I heard a sound.
I did too. Okay, so now do you have the orb over there?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, please res me.
Yep.
Now that you're alive, and then I want to show you how I solve this puzzle.
Yeah. Let me just use a 4th level slot to.
Okay, so
Revivify.
what I like to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, you can fly. Not everybody can fly.
Yeah. Oh, did they patch that? There's no way they patched that.
Oh my god.
That's great. I'm glad they patched that because that's such a cheat.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad they did that.
All right, I'll go get myself back. That's fine.
Are you
That's so yeah. I'll go get myself. I'm genuinely glad they patched that because that was such a cheat. Because after my first time, I just did flight every single time after that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
You know, dead.
Although now I don't have any 3rd level.
Well, we can rest again after I get myself back.
Okay, then I'll just scooch back.
Thou must return.
Oh, I wonder if there is a chance that I walked onto the thing to cast the spell. I'm curious. I want to try one more time.
Okay.
I'm curious if she walked off to go to try it.
For science.
Yeah.
By doom and dusk, I strike thy name from the archives. Rise.
Oh shit! I haven't done Wordle today. While you're doing your science experiments, I'm gonna do Wordle real quick. Which is a good reminder that I need to remember to not do Wordle.
Do not do your Wordle in the morning.
I'm gonna remind everybody.
Okay, well, thank fucking God that I clicked on that properly, because... And then... Okay, I need to go where Astarion is. Please. No, I need to be me. And I need to go where Astarion is. And then I need Astarion to go back over here and be safe. Okay, stay there. Okay, now be me again.
No, I need to not do Wordle. It's the opposite.
Yeah, the opposite.
Interesting.
Is she going here?
Wait,
yeah,
why?
she is. She's walking. Okay, so that's what happened. So she's walking to do her grant flight, which she shouldn't have to be doing because she should just be flying.
Interesting.
But at least now I know that it wasn't. Maybe it's not patched. Maybe she's just being an idiot.
It's a potential. I potentially will have to do it for stream for tomorrow.
Oh, I did tell you guys ahead of time. It is one of the challenges for tomorrow.
Yeah. I just didn't know if we wanted to tell the universe that it was a challenge.
Are they gonna remember or care?
Maybe not. Potential, like the Wordle, solving the Wordle is going to be one of the challenges tomorrow during the games, during the PPC games.
How about?
And if I've already solved it, then I can't solve it.
Okay, well at least now I know that she's walking for whatever reason to cast a spell. I hate that. Why'd they have to like move to? It's magic. You don't have to move. Like, yeah, I understand it has to be in your line of sight and there can't be anything blocking it. But if it's in your range, why do you have to move?
Because you gotta.
I can't stand it.
Thou must return.
But anyways, that's how I've solved it every time after that since.
That's so funny.
And dusk, I strike thy name from the archives.
Is there a first and second place trophy for Wordle? No. There is a prize for the wiener.
Wieners.
Wiener.
Okay, so we're resting because everyone's sleepy.
Because because Shadowheart used a lot of Revivify on me.
Mm-hmm. Winston Toost.
Winston Toost. Yep. I said yes. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone need to speak?
Looking ahead.
Do you guys like Astarian's new pajamas?
The no shirt pajamas.
Mm-hmm.
No shirt jamas.
Breathe deep and move.
That's how most men sleep. Let's be realistic.
Let's be real. Are you curious what Gigi will get? We'll find out. I'm also curious what Gigi will get.
It could be anybody's game, really. It really, really, really could. Like, there are things that I think some people will excel at and others will struggle at, but then I think that there are other things that others will excel at and others will like, I think that it's gonna be pretty fair, it just all around. You know, like there are some physical challenges that I think that maybe the boys will do better at just because they're gonna be physical, but that doesn't necessarily mean that any of the girls won't, you know? But then again, there's gonna be mental challenges and knowledge challenges.
And the boys are stupid.
And the boys are stupid! Well, everything depends on how it goes tomorrow. If it's like chaotic and it's overwhelming, it all depends. This is the biggest thing I've ever planned. It's not the most people because like Archipelago, like our first Archipelago had 6 people playing. And we've done lockdown protocol, like we've done group streams, but this is going to be a big thing. Like I have a lot of moving parts going on. Like luckily, and I'm so thankful for them, I've got a team of judges who are going to be doing a lot of work in the background, helping me keep scores and helping me keep track of everything. Because there's a lot of moving parts, guys. There's a lot of stuff going on. But if it goes well, I'm fucking down for it. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just reading chat. But cheesy garlic bread flavored popcorn sounds fucking delicious.
It does, actually.
I want some right now. I'm really excited for tomorrow.
I am too. I'm nervous because it's a big event and there's a lot going on.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, but I mean, I'm nervous too because there's gonna be a lot of people that maybe have never seen me before.
I feel like the first, I would say the first half hour to an hour maybe might be just getting used to being together, getting the flow of things, like just kind of getting, but then after, I think once things start moving and you guys kind of let go of a little lingering inhibitions, I think it'll flow. I think
Feel the rain on your skin.
Yep, exactly.
You've never seen, nope, never, not once. I've never been seen. I am an enigma. Scratch!
That's what I was waiting for. I was like, is she not going to talk to us? She's not going to acknowledge Scratch?
Dog wags his tail, a small bag clenched between his teeth.
Gimme. Good boy. Oh.
He gives in and surrenders his find to you.
Sublimate of frosted ears. Thanks, buddy.
Tasty.
Scratches tongue lolls.
Who are you gonna murder if it's not great, Nikki? Damn.
It'll be great, or you will murder. Is it me?
Are you gonna murder me for hosting?
Is it my fault? Are you saying that if it's not great, then it's on me? Oh,
so Chaos.
So much pressure.
Chaos is the co-host for tomorrow, and he's basically just gonna kind of help narrate stuff or whatever. But I told him you have free reign of trivia, so any downtime or any lull or whenever you feel like dropping a trivia question, you can drop a trivia question. So I wrote up a bunch of just, I don't want to say generic, but pop culture and nerd culture stuff, name this video game, name these characters in this movie, very like just generic pop culture stuff. And then Chaos sends me his list the other day, and he went so deep cut nerd. I was like, bro, like 2 people are gonna know the answer to this. Like you gotta take it back just a little bit. So if he ends up going like insane with his trivia questions, I apologize in advance. I was like, bro, I don't even know some of these answers.
Remember, we're also gonna be focusing on.
I know. Well, that's the whole point. The whole point is I'm distracting you.
Yeah.
I did, but like I gave him a list of questions, and I was like here's like the kind of questions, and then he like went like super deep cut, and he's like bonus points if you can do this, and I'm like you don't get to give bonus points.
You have free reign to ask.
You don't get to give bonus points.
Yeah. Would I like some? I mean, if you're willing to, I don't want you to like spend money on me, but if you want to send me some garlic bread flavored popcorn, I'm not gonna fucking say no. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
Because I like popcorn and I like garlic bread.
So garlic bread flavored pop bread, garlic pop bread flavored.
Corn.
Bread, corn, bop, blop,
Bread,
plop,
corn, garlic.
plop, plop.
Plop. Gib. The statue has boobies.
Don't look at them.
Did you see?
Don't look
Did
at
you
them.
see?
Don't look
I'm
at
gonna
them.
go look at them.
You
I'm gonna
can't.
go look at
You're
them.
gonna violate her. No. Do you have consent?
She's right here. She's got her.
Just because she's right there.
She's got her boobies.
Oh my gosh. She's like got a plate of armor. That's what that is.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, it's a chest plate because she's a woman. A woman.
There's no
Yes, that is. That's totally a chest plate. Look at it. Yes, it is. That totally is a chest plate.
No.
Look, it's even raised off the skin.
No. Boobies.
I mean, there's boobies under the chest plate, but there's a chest plate there. I'm sorry. That's a chest plate. Wait, where are you going?
Upstairs. Don't we have to do things upstairs?
We have one more down here.
What?
What?
Alright, Shadowfire.
This one's gonna be tough for me, because... Yeah. Yeah.
No spells.
Yeah. Huh?
We have to murder?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Okay. So, I guess I'll just come over here.
But if we kill this thing in the middle,
Uh-huh.
we will no longer be silenced.
Okay.
Because it is doing the silent oro. Oro.
Oro.
Oro. Did you just ask Gigi if she likes puppy chow? Gigi, do you eat dog food?
No.
I do. I'm just making a joke.
Why did you... You just sounded so disappointed. How dare you?
Fucking
I
rude.
do.
That
it
was
it depends
rude.
on who makes it.
That
But so far, I
fucking
have
rude.
enjoyed puppy chow. That was really fucking rude. Puppy chow is great. Puppy chow is great. Puppy chow is great. Oh, right. Here, I'll fucking cantrip. Oh, I can't cantrip. What if it's not? Oh, I guess it must be a verbal. I can blessing of the trickster. I could evoke duplicity. I could cloak a shadows.
Yeah, says can't cast spells with a verbal component. So you can't go Igni!
Ignis!
Ignis! But that's why I could use Ice Knife, because it doesn't have a thing. Because I don't gotta say it, I just do it.
I'm gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Do it. I'm just
it.
gonna fucking... Can I throw? Here, let me throw. I don't have anything to throw. She doesn't have any items. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna dip. Dash, I guess.
Dive, dip, dive, dip, dive, and dash. Dive, dive, dip, dip, dive, dash. Dive, dip, dive, dip, dip, dash.
Div, dash, dive. I will stretch. Thank you. Hey, yeah.
Any dead bodies near you? No, not currently.
All of the bodies are dead.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Let the bodies
Let
hit
the
the
bodies
floor.
hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
Floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. No, stop. That was mean.
Nice. We are no longer silenced.
Yeah, fuck. Now I'm gonna mock you, bitch. Oh. Okay, bye. You always ask how frequently do you go car shopping? Out of curiosity.
Enough to make that a thing.
Oh.
Po.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Po.
Pobux. Don't be weird about it.
Don't beckon my aura. Rude.
I just had a memory of the initial spinach artichoke conversation. Oh.
Well, she deserves this then.
That was amazing.
Like, in what world would that have worked?
You're perfecting your recipe? Okay. Send it to my P.O. box. I'll let you know. Oh, but anyway, what I was saying is that when there's the part where like send some to my P.O. box and then I put the thing in there and you were like, she said don't be weird about it, guys. Sorry, I just
that was a weird stream for sure.
Weird stream. Ow. Stop. You fuck. No. Stop.
Oh yeah, it does have to be warm. No, you just have to get one of those insulated bags.
Mm-hmm. Bonus action. Sure.
Just show up, but if you show up at her P.O. box, it's not going to be very useful, is it?
No.
That would involve Gigi telling you where she lives.
Hmm.
Or just, yeah, show up and then bring it to the post office and have them put it in her P.O. box, and then if Gigi gets it late, then it's on Gigi. But you delivered it warm. Just like DoorDash. That's not absolutely terrifying and suspicious, Wolfie. Maybe
I'm sorry?
we don't do that.
I'm sorry.
That's not dark and ominous or anything. That's fine.
No.
I know, it's just the way you said it.
I
happen to know exactly where she'll be.
Where she's gonna be. Get fucked. Stop. Stop.
Losers.
You're immune to poison damage? You.
He's a
whore.
skeleton. What's gonna get poisoned?
His
bones?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you've got a bone that's covered in poison.
Yeah, poison bone.
Okay.
Don't touch me. Get away. I don't know why it's so funny.
Shadowheart.
Could you just...
Shadowheart.
Could you just...
Shadowheart, honey.
Honey.
This way.
Okay, that one's dead. I'll mock this one. Oh, he's also dead. I'll mock this one.
Yeah, so you're just giving them bone cancer? Right, exactly. Like, they're not gonna die right away, I guess.
She's gonna go to a couple concerts and be a psychopath about it. Excuse me, I feel judged right now. Oh, for fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake. Well, this spiritual weapon did nothing. There you go, spiritual weapon. You did so good. Shadowheart, why don't you just fucking... Ignice that bitch. Why did you move?
Because you have to move to do your magic, don't you know?
I said do it. Why are you not doing it? Why are you selecting that? I want to ignice.
Click on his picture if you can't.
Why I click on it and it just like switches to her melee weapon. What the fuck? Firebolt? Why do you need to move? You don't need to move at all.
Oh, is this thing in the way?
Maybe, but it's not saying that there's something in the way. Well, fine. I'll cast Sacred Flame.
Nice. Nice. Oh, if you gave me a second.
God damn it, Shadowheart.
Like how that melts.
Just
both
burn
times.
everything. Ignice that bitch. I was trying.
Ignis. Ignis.
Agnes.
Agnes? That's me.
There's a trap.
Agnes, that bitch.
Wait, what? Oh.
Trap? A trap in the books?
Well.
Did you set off a trap?
I might. Oh, okay, I got it.
Does something impressive, then falls on her ass? Yeah.
Maybe not.
I got a book.
A book?
What's in here?
Oh, carefully.
There's a button.
Next time's the charm.
I'll disarm this. I'm amazing. Button. Who's got the button? Is it a button? I don't know.
Oh, okay. I figured it out.
Oop.
I figured it out.
I broke it.
I won't solve it though. I won't solve it though.
Hello? Rows of books. Thank you. Oh my god. My eyeballs are tired. What did I not perceive?
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Hold on. There's a trap. Why am I not able to click on this? Hello?
Is it because I've already pushed it?
Maybe.
Trap. Be cautious.
Trap. Oh, I can't disarm it. It must have already gone off. A mirror.
The mirrors here seem to not reflect light, but devour it.
Num num light. Hello? I swear. No, I can't do that. Because they devour light. Sure. They devour my light? No. Did you just eat this?
I did.
Only those who have proven themselves worthy to the Mistress of the Night are invited to look upon her secrets. 4 controls adorn these walls. 1 permits entry. Place yourself at the centra of the sanctum. Seek the northwest corner, but be wary. Enter here unwelcome, and darkness will be quick to find you. Northwest.
From the center.
From the center. Right. Wait, what?
There are 4 buttons.
Right.
Pick the one that is northwest from the center.
Yeah, but I can't click it. Is this button, right?
Northwest? Look at your map, sweetheart. Look at your compass.
Oh. Actually northwest. I'm just...
That's why I'm like, what is she talking about? She's not even on the right side of the room.
Hello?
Seemed to work.
I could have picked the lock, I'm just saying.
You could have.
But that's no fun. Trap! I somehow managed to avoid the traps.
Best avoid that trap.
Just based off of the way that I happened to walk in. Got it.
Be wary. This place is
Oh my gosh, I think Astarion just walked on it. Oh, thank God, okay.
So we'll disable the traps. Natural fucking 20. To disable a trap. Andy, thank you. That's so nice. I'm so excited. Disarm it. Don't just click it, you stupid bitch. And by you stupid bitch, I of course mean myself.
Of course, of course, of course.
Of course, of course, of course, of course. Hello, lady.
What's that?
What is it?
Might not be the time.
What do you mean might not be the fucking time?
Can't use this right now.
Well... Oh, there's a riddle. I'm just an idiot. I need to insert... Riddle of the Night? What?
Mm-hmm.
Insert item?
Mm-hmm. I checked, you have it.
Great. It's not this gem. Is it?
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I'm gonna put it in there. Nope. What you want from me? That one. Nope. Do I have something that says what goes in here? Am I
You
stupid?
have the item that goes in there, but I don't know if it necessarily says it.
What can silence the night song?
Thanks for the clue, game. Werewolf Book Nook. Hell yeah. I've got a bunch of book nooks.
Well, wouldn't you know, every nook is a book nook.
Oh my god, you're so right. Hold on, that's heavy. Let me just give that to... Ooh, what are you? While obscured, the wearer has advantage on stealth checks. Advantage on constitution saving throw.
Oh, she likes that shit, though, because it's a dark sheer. But don't give it to her. What you call it is the
Not
best.
gonna. Yeah, I'm not
Let's
gonna.
keep it close.
If Shar allows it, use this spear to kill Night Song. Here you go. Have a spear. Merry Christmas. Direct us to Sheer Helmet. Does Barnes & Noble still sell? Yes. But it's not quite as, like, much as they used to.
Book nook.
Book nook? It's not as much of a focus.
Focus. Forward focus.
Forward focus.
Forward focus.
Forward focus.
Forward focus.
I used to work occasionally in the Nook department at Barnes & Noble when I worked there.
I thought you were going to say it worked on a Ford Focus.
Nope. Sure didn't. Silent Library. Yep.
I would like to get a Kindle so I can get back into actual, like, physical reading. Because I just literally don't sit down anymore with a book. But then I realized I literally have like a 15-year-old iPad that sat for 15 years because I never touched it. So like, why?
Oh yeah.
Why get a
Well-
Kindle too?
But here's the thing: you could just download the Kindle app onto any tablet or your phone or
I
whatever.
I
That
literally have it. That's the like it's on my phone, but I think like having the actual device that like this is my reading device. You know,
Sure.
my brain likes to have designated things for designated things. And I don't
Yeah.
know if I don't know. Is that a thing? Is that an autism thing? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, probably.
Yeah,
And,
I
they
like
could
things to have
also-
certain functions.
Yeah, and like if you get one that's not a tablet, then you can't really use it for anything else. You know.
Her most hallowed mercy.
Her most hallowed mercy. Mercy. I still like just physical books.
Wait, which one is this?
Same trial.
All right, let's rest first.
Okay.
Just because we're in rough shape.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're great.
We're in a little rough shape. That's okay. Does anyone need to talk? I don't think anyone needs to talk because it's been about 14 minutes. So.
Right. They're like, hey, welcome back. Okay, goodbye.
Okay,
Good
bye.
night."
Exactly.
This bitch takes so many naps.
Listen, don't judge me.
Sometimes you're sleepy.
Sometimes I'm a sleepy bitch.
I'm an EP bitch.
I'm a eepy depressy bitch, you know?
So, what were you before you were
Okay, we can go back down.
There is no before.
Leave camp.
Leave camp.
14 minutes, that's forever. I mean,
Oop, that's not what I meant. Sorry.
for some people, that's
For
forever.
some, only if you don't have like a stamina. If you know what I'm fucking
Yeah, you know, I'm like.
If you Here, Shadowheart, you just fucking do it. What do we have
Another
here?
bowl bearing the stains of an ancient blood offering.
Or an attention span. That's what
That's
I mean.
true too.
That's what I was talking about.
Another of Lady Shar's trials that her initiates must face. This one would challenge
Obviously.
their combat prowess.
We just fought. Ugh. Mick fucking lose it. Oh my god. Suki, no.
Suki, yes!
But we underestimate me much of the time.
Let's go fight. Ooh. Loot. Hello? Hello? The McFuckin', new from McDonald's. Mm-hmm. Hashtag sponsored.
I smell a trap.
You found a trap? Where? Oh. I'm not there!
Well, you better get it together, bucko.
You don't know who we're fighting.
Look at the
Oh,
thing
that
above.
lady. Yeah.
Hi, Zarl.
Delivered. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. A butthole? Rude. Ugh, stop.
Time to press ahead. Trim it.
Shadow blend. Where does she go?
You have dancing lights, don't you?
Yeah, but if it's like dark, I don't think that'll. Uh-oh. They're fake versions of us.
The self-same trial.
I'm very confused. Hello? Oh, there's a person here. Is there a person here? Nope, that's me. No, that's not me. No, that's Astarion. Nope, we're good.
There's a person right here, though.
How do you know?
The line trick.
What?
So, if you move your, like you're gonna go moving, and that gives you the line. If there's a person in the way, your line will like go around it.
Oh.
And there's a person right here. So I'm gonna do this and this. Bitch. Alright, so it's Shadowheart that's there. Okay.
Well,
the trick to this one, you can only damage yourself.
Oh. Oh.
Where's me?
Was that me that said that? So
yes,
sorry.
you just did that, yeah.
Whoops. AKA cheating. Whoa. That is all harsh accusation.
I think there's a person right here too. I'm just gonna go for it.
You figure out how to use casting darkness to end certain spells that caught him completely off guard, causing trouble.
All right, I got myself. So me and Astarion are done. So it's just you two.
Gotcha. So, I guess.
I think your DM's a little mad at me. I figured out how to use casting darkness and sinister spells. Oh, that's what Gigi was reading. Oh, that's cool. Well, like, because you can do things to break concentration.
I don't know, man.
The spell goes off light and I cast darkness depending on the level of the spell. It cancels the other spell. I mean, that makes sense too. But yeah, because but there are certain like on a different note entirely. That's what I was saying. There are things that I think there's somebody right here. Because I can't.
I think that's Shadowheart. I think
can't
this.
go there. Yeah. All right.
I
So
think
is there
me-
anything that I can do? Like if
think
I
this
just do
is-
this, maybe I can.
Hang on.
Shoot, I'm silenced. Hold on. Can I get out of here a little bit? There we go. Now I'm no longer silenced. Okay. So right here is somebody. What can I do? I can't do anything to do
Fine,
damage
fine.
to her, but I can probably get her out of invisibility. Oh my gosh, you just silenced yourself, you idiot.
Can't do jack shit, but. Okay.
Maybe not. She's not in the center of it. Oh, I can't damage her. I thought I would break her out of invisibility, but oh well.
Right.
But that's where I think she is anyway.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Can I charm myself? No. Oh no, there's ice.
Hold on. Hold on.
I think.
I can melt the ice. See? Easy.
You can.
Because I can't damage anything, so. Wait, how did you get prone? I melted the ice.
You
didn't wait for me?
I moved a split second too soon. Like I saw it coming and I was like, perfect. I'll go right now.
Okay.
And-
I'm ready.
No choice but to keep going.
You're doing great. It's okay. Alright, let's see if I can figure out where she is again by using the lines. Just gonna stab you.
Not have a melee weapon equipped? Frightened?
I don't know where this bitch is.
You listening? Why smell down the center must?
Oh, this is just a spot you literally just can't go here. That's why that seems like there's a person here. This spot right here that we both thought is literally, this is just a blocked spot. That's why. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Because I think we both wasted turns on that spot.
Boo.
I don't know where she is.
Fine.
Yeah, she'll show herself eventually, I guess.
Show yourself.
Alright. I can't do... Yeah, I can't do anything, I don't think. I mean, I can cast Hunger of Hadar. Just like... I don't know. Maybe I'll just throw it down right here in the middle in case...
That would be an incredible way of dealing self-loathing, casting charm on yourself. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No. I think I literally just never equipped my melee weapon again after I didn't need.
We can check the history. Let's see.
No, yeah, because my weapon's right here. I do not have a melee weapon equipped right now.
Interesting. Oh, sorry. I really thought I hit end. That was me. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good.
What? Why the fuck me?
Why the fuck you? That's crazy. Why would do this? I think right here. Ow.
Did you click on yourself?
I did not mean to. I was trying to switch back to my. Okay. I'm apparently stupid today.
Okay, she is dead. Now it's literally
Great.
just the duplicate of you.
Now it's the Gertrude dupe.
Yep.
There's blood in the air. You're wasting.
Why does she have so many hit points?
Because you're not doing a ton of damage to her.
It's all
like
I
melee
do.
versus melee, I know.
Yeah, okay. Get charmed, bitch. Oh, hey. She's charmed. Ugh, come back.
Death's close at hand.
Let me cure wounds you.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Since we can't do anything anyway.
Oh, I can't cure wounds you because I need to touch you to do that. Let me healing word you.
Thank y'all.
Yeah. And I can't really do anything else. Can I? No. Oh, sure. I'll move the sword that didn't do anything except attack me. Where'd that bitch go? Hello? Where the fuck is she?
I know, I'm looking too. I don't see her. Unless is she behind over here?
Ma'am? I have no idea where she is. She's scared of me, that's what. Well, she'll attack me now.
Yeah, I really don't see her. Unless she's like right up on somebody's butt.
Yeah,
she could be right next to Shadowheart because Shadowheart can't do any damage to her.
Yeah.
Yep. She's right. I was gonna say she's right here. Yep.
Why is she being such a bitch?
I have the least hit points. That's why they're targeting me.
Oh.
Take you.
And you know what? Have also a healing word.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah. Get healed. Oh shit.
Oh, it's me. Cause I'm up.
Oh. Could you die?
Oh.
You're crazier than a war roast.
I'll just keep viciously mockerying her. Get charred, bitch. Damn it. I can't fucking do anything.
Just end your turn.
Yeah. I'm annoyed. And the sword. Could you just... Thank you. God,
Get the orb.
Oh, thank you. I was about to just go right for the transporter.
Teleporta.
Teleporta. Teleporta. Okay, before I do anything else, let me equip my fucking melee weapon. There you go. What a dingus. A bunch of these things.
Why are me and you acting hurt? Oh,
I don't
Cheater's
know.
Folly.
Huh?
We have Cheater's Folly. We're cursed.
Why?
Because
What we
because
do?
we hit people that weren't ours.
Oh. Well, I didn't know.
I know, and I hit them with an AoE to try to break them out of it. So we're just cursed. I don't know if I
fine.
do. One of me or Shadowheart has remove curse. Yeah, I have remove
Shadowheart
curse. Hold on. Do this. Do this. Cannot prepare spells. Why? Because I'm in here.
Probably. I can bestow curse, actually. Did I get... Plucking melee weapon. I can bestow curse. I apparently did not prepare. Remove curse, which is useful. Dildo? I'm sorry?
Come here, where are you? Come here.
Oh, of what? Oh.
Before it gets worse.
Thank you.
What? No, my thing's back. That's so... What the fuck was that?
Well...
I got rid of a spell so I could prepare remove curse, and it was like, oh, you can't learn any more spells. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Like, maybe I had a bonus spell slot from, like, something I was wearing, and I just never took a spell off. So I took another spell off to do it. And then I went back, and I have a spell slot. So it just, like...
It was just being a bitch?
Yeah, it, like, skipped my spell slot for a second or some shit. Like, what the hell?
What's this one?
Most vaunted treasure.
Her most vaunted treasure. Here, Shadowfire, you just go. Hold on, I gotta look inside this vase first. Okay, there's nothing.
This
in
is
there.
gonna be you, like your character for sure.
Soft step. Oh.
Sure. Another bowl bearing the stains of an
I will
ancient
stealth.
blood offering. Another trial for Lady Shar's initiates.
All right.
This one would put their skills of stealth and infiltration to the test.
Offer your blood and Shar.
Gaze at the
name.
statue.
Just stare into her eyes.
Pretty.
Wow.
Values those that can remain unseen and can still obtain what they want. Stealth is a virtue derived from her very essence.
Let me do a thing. Just to give me extra stealthy. Yeah, that was great. Where am I going? Time to press ahead. Okay.
Is Dirt streaming right now? Or is he lurking? He's not streaming. Dirge, are you here? Dirge! Dirge! Dirge!
Roll faster. Roll faster. Great, we got it.
Why haven't I watching? Let's go watch Gigi. Where is she? She's over here. Okay.
Well,
you weren't stealthing and you probably got seen.
Oh. How do I... What's the shortcut for stealthing again?
See?
See.
Wait, why is the PPC on? It shouldn't be on.
Hide.
It's gonna turn into a long night. Is everything okay? Or
I'm
because
sorry.
still of Suki? Because of Suki.
Ah.
Whatever. I'm just gonna leave it on. I'm leaving it on. Even though the games are tomorrow, I'm leaving it on.
Somehow that was fine.
Listen, sometimes you get lucky.
Well, I successfully hid.
Oh, gonna go check into the ER. You might want me to drive him because he's so dizzy. Oh no. Oh yeah, you were saying that earlier.
Oh no. Oops. 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 Oops.
How is he just like not dying? So I guess he just doesn't. He just can't die.
That was very silly.
This is the thing Gigi excels at, and she's just like.
Listen, I'm not good today. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's just funny.
This bitch is just getting fucking pummeled by this trap that I accidentally set off. Oh shit. How do I... There's walls? How do... Oh...
I mean, it's
there's
taking
other
damage.
doors.
Oh, it gets health back, though. I was like, it's taking damage. How is it not dying? But... Because it's getting health back. You spicy, sweaty piss. I don't mean to
Gross.
laugh, but the way you said that was funny. Yeah, see, he just heals himself.
Very silly. Oh, I'm successfully hidden. Don't worry, guys.
Please laugh. I want you to laugh good. I'm glad.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't worry, I'm successfully hidden directly in front of this man.
Fine, as long as you're successful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, let's go into the explosions.
That's fine.
Sneaky. Stealthy.
Oh. I got attacked. What killed me on that one?
The
Because my
trap, I
hiding was
think.
successful.
The
Yeah,
trap, I think.
Probably.
Been seen once a day in your life because she's so sneaky.
I'm the most sneaky. I'm doing great. Hello? I'm so hidden. This is going so good. Well, what am I sleight of handing right now? I mean, sure, but I don't know what this is for.
You disarmed a
Just 'cause you
trap
don't
of some
feel-
sort.
Maybe.
You're standing, you're not crouched.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, evasion. I need him to not be so close to me while he's getting fucking exploded. Okay, okay. Oh, that time he saw me? Come on! No! It's fine. We're doing great. Don't want to draw any attention. The pathways before me.
Just because you don't feel seen doesn't mean you can't be. Aww,
You don't know me.
bestie, do you not feel seen?
I've never felt seen. I don't need any attention. Don't Look at me. Oh, really? Okay, at least it didn't send me back to the start from there. Sit in this corner.
Why are you going that way instead of going just straight up the left side? Now that you don't need to switch the switch.
Can I go that way?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know I could go that way.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing great, buddy. Oh. Dang it. So this way.
Yeah. Because you only needed to go that way so you could flip the switch.
Yeah, I genuinely didn't realize that was the way that I could even go, honestly. Oh, for fuck's sake.
You got 53 books cataloged. I have a decent sized bookshelf in my living room over here, full of all my YA books that I've read over the years.
Why is this man not moving?
Because he's stuck in a loop.
Well,
you might be able to get around him.
Oh, no, it did.
Yeah, he's stuck in a loop.
Amazing.
Could you? Do you have Misty Step?
Yeah.
Can you go from here and Misty Step to like here? Like, do you?
Maybe. Find out. Don't know why
There
you
you
need
go.
to move in order to do that.
Yeah, but
Fine.
you're good. There, you're good. There we go. Now that he's like
Yarr.
in that fucking loop that he can't get out of.
Stupid walls. I guess I don't need to hide anymore.
Wait, where did you go? Wait. Alexa,
That's
stop.
not what I need.
Oh yeah, you know you did. I'm in overhead mode and I couldn't see in that big black area.
Gotcha.
Alexa, stop.
Wait, what? What did I do?
Did you touch something?
I touched a brazier.
Oh, the second switch is in here. Okay. So you
I
went
pulled the lever.
in
I
this
did
way
that.
and you went around? Hold on, I'm trying to reacquaint myself.
Yeah.
But you touched the brazier?
Yeah.
What? Maybe you really literally aren't supposed to touch anything other than...
Maybe. Sounds like a skateboard move? You sound like a skateboard move.
This is so funny that this thing is just stuck.
It's gonna... Nope. I just can't... I can't get around him.
Alright, so why don't we leave this room and maybe he'll reset out of his stupid loop.
Yeah.
Seems simple enough.
Oh.
Alright, so let's go to camp and then come back. I don't know if that'll reload it or not.
Yeah.
So.
We'll find out.
I am not.
And back. I'm so fucking
Yes,
tired.
it does look like it's reset because all the doors are closed again.
Oh, good.
Oh, well, no, this trap is still going off.
Amazing.
Okay, well, we'll see. Like, it looks like all the doors are still open, so I don't know. But you're gonna have to do the Shadowheart thing again, probably.
Another bowl bearing the stains. Another
Yes.
trial for Lady
I
Shar's
know. I
initiate.
understand.
Okay, there we go. Alright, he's at least not stuck in his loop right now.
That's good. Oh, but that's still okay. Don't waste a step. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Boop. Hello. Fuck. Okay. I'm doing so good.
You weren't crouched, you just walked.
Was I not?
No, you just walked in.
I was holding C is the
Oh,
thing.
no, it's a...
I'm in,
yeah, you said toggle.
I'm in overhead mode, so it's like...
Unfriend me then, bitch.
Bitch?
Yeah, down, it's so funny that all, like, just doing a thumbs down to people drives them so insane. I've
this
taught my
Facebook?
mom... Yeah, is it Facebook? Because if it's Facebook, that makes sense. But I taught my mom specifically that if she gets into a fight with somebody, instead of, like, actually just arguing with them, just laugh, react to everything they say. Eventually they'll get pissed off and they'll stop.
Yeah, it's Facebook. Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
I hate Facebook.
I do too.
I basically never use it anymore.
I only
Like, I'll
have
open
it for, like, Instagram and stuff. That spin I saw.
No.
You're not crouched, you're not crouched, you're not crouched.
You're not crouched. I'm holding the goddamn button.
Don't hold it.
Why?
It's a toggle.
Is it?
Yes.
Well. No, I feel stupid.
No, 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 you're okay. You're okay. That may have been the problem the whole time.
Yeah. I'm like, I've literally had my finger on the C button the whole time. This dude stopping to heal himself every couple of seconds is throwing off the rhythm.
I know.
Yeah. Can I go through here? God fucking, why don't you go farther? Sorry. In my brain, he goes all the way down, and then when he doesn't... When I get to that point, I can't. Because it's once a short rest. Ugh.
Short rest? We have two.
Oh, okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Oh my gosh, Gigi, why are you making it more difficult for yourself? Just take a short rest if you need it.
Hiding successful.
You
Don't
walked
worry about
through him.
that. Yeah. I'm super stealthy. Like, nothing seems to be amiss here.
almost got lucky just timing that with him being there.
There's a trap. I need to go this way.
Yeah, okay, cool.
And then... Dude. I went here, and I pulled the lever, which opened the door. That just closed the door, but I need the door open. Do I just need to come back?
Yeah, you just need to get the orb at the end of the puzzle.
What orb?
Go back the way you just came.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Well, how do I get there?
Right here.
I'm just gonna... So I just need to pick the lock the whole time?
I thought that the whatchamacallit did it, but maybe not.
No, the lever just opened that door. Okay, great. But I can't... Oh, I can. Thanks. Bye.
Okay.
I'm so sneaky. I can just be fucking walking through them and they'll never see me. Okie dokie. There's not much left to look at. The map is mostly open.
There's a lot of verticality too, don't forget.
Hmm. I mean, there's this whole area. Oh, no. That's great, but I don't know if we can get there. I guess we completed the Gauntlet of Shar, so I guess we could go to there now?
We can
Right?
go yeah, we can go wherever, yeah. Oh, wait, have we gone over here? Hold on.
Unsure.
I don't think we have. Follow
Oh.
me.
Okay.
Follow me.
If you want to live.
Or if you don't want to live, either way.
It's up to you.
It's
You
up
make
to
your
you.
own choice.
I'm not your mother.
I will only give suggestions.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get going.
Oh, what?
What?
What? Excuse me. What? I did not.
Oh my god, Shadowheart, it's not all about you.
Not everything is about you. I got some cups.
I got a bone.
I got a bone. Oh, I got 4 gold. You're welcome. And a pre-lit incense stick.
That guy's body's just been burning incense for however many years.
Feet!
Feet!
The statues have feet. Why?
I like how they buried the toes though. They're like, no toes for you. No toes for you, you fucking freaks.
Fucking freaks.
You fucking freaks. We knew you'd come over here and lick these toes.
Ew. Oh, so much crazy shit happened here.
What's this? For a ritual of
What's
some sort.
this?
For a ritual of
What's
some sort.
this? For a ritual of some sort.
You have to pay extra for toes.
Shadowheart.
The Game of the Year edition has toes. Kidding, I wish.
A ritual circle. And an infernal one at that. What's it doing here?
I think we should light these candles.
I'm sure that's perfectly fine.
Oh, I can't reach that one. Her voice could read you. Her voice could read you to sleep. Each of us is more than we are. Parts and multitudes that form our thoughts, desires, nature itself. Manifold are the creatures inside you, and what you can become when you speak my words is all your parts made manifest. Your weakness can become strength if it is made legion. Quaking hearts can find courage in their numbers. The lowliest vermin can humble a Goliath if they stand as an army, and a ruin can become a kingdom for one soul made many. Speak a Tory mustag thrice. Become your finest self, all of them.
This speaks of magic that can divide someone into many. But many what?
Rats!
Feet! You should be able to light that one, by the way, so I don't know if you want to try now that one of your characters is out of the way or something.
Oh. Yeah, let's try. We did it. Oh, thanks.
A ritual circle seems to be infernal in nature.
Well, I lit them all. And nothing happened.
Okay, so let's read the journal then.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. You have so many people say this about your voice randomly. Do you have a good deep voice? Try to deal with this old enemy. We did all of these. What am I looking at right now? Orthon. We discover signs of destruction. We quickly follow the trail of carnage. Do I need to... Oh, break the contract. We made a deal with the rats. Okay. Seemed a new shape. We learned that the rats... Oh. Well, he can become... rats. He can break his contract if he is now rats. I think that's what the game is telling me.
That sounds right.
Excuse me, sir. Have you considered becoming rats? Never met an extra tall person that didn't have... That's also very fair. I also... have met a very tall person in my day. Once or twice. And they also had a very nice voice. Excuse me, sir, have you considered becoming rats?
Like when I just silently just start typing because I'm too busy laughing.
Listen, I'm gonna go suggest this man that he turn into rats, assuming it gives me the dialogue option.
The last couple years I can get really low and not be straining it like singing. I hate my low voice.
Low voices are great.
It's my turn now.
Hi, Key.
Yeah. Where was this again? No, can only talk to us. No chat. Just kidding. This way? I don't
Oh,
think
there's
this is right.
this whole area over here we haven't been to yet.
What?
Yeah, but there's people in here. I will stop them moving. This is a fight.
A fight? Oh no.
Arnar.
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 Clear.
Arnar clear. Oh my god.
How? That there isn't even a door there. I can't be trusted.
No, you really can't.
Like normal. God fucking no. Stop. Don't close the door. Oh my god, I smell food. Hello?
I don't know if we'll finish the gauntlet tonight.
What you mean? We're doing great. Is it because I took 17 years?
No, I just we still have stuff to do.
My battleground. Why? Are you friend? Foe? Thieving scavenger?
I'm rats. I'm 17 rats in a trench coat.
Oh
You
my
find
god.
yourself in a dead, putrid skull, somehow hosting a tadpole amongst a squirm of maggots. Another presence lurks within, manipulating the
Lurks
corpse
within.
like a puppet.
Oh, hello.
A friend. An uninvited friend. I do not request help.
Well, I'm here anyway.
Did she now? Enter. I will see if I have any use for you.
I get that a lot. I'll see if I have any use for you. Ugh.
Stinking pile of ogre afterbirth! The quakes herald the shadows. They found me.
What a sentence he said. Quaking piles of ogre afterbirth. Disgusting. Hi.
Hi.
Trespasser.
Do this.
Urkel's fat
Get fucked. Where's your weapon now, bitch? How much looks like he's restraining himself, like he's about to just lose it. Everything is bad. That totally looks like that. Mark of putrefaction.
Very nice calling you friend.
Perfect. No more things to fight. What do we got? I don't really want to use spiritual weapon, so I'm just gonna end my turn. Look upon your fatal failure.
Your fatal failure.
Failure. Wah wah. Plonk. Yeah, that tracks. Would you like to drop your weapon? I forgot how much I missed being able to do that. Okay, great. Pee 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 pee. Pee pee poo poo.
Pee 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 poo poo.
Why don't I? Do I have disadvantage? Wow, that went so well. Did you just run away from my sword? Rude.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Herm.
What? I'm not immune to electricity or anything. What the fuck? Did no damage? None?
Weird. Stop spawning people. Ah! Okay, this is a problem. How do I have disadvantage? I am just making bodies. Okay, they're vulnerable to radiant damage, so I'm gonna have Shadowheart do the thing.
Beyblade Shadowheart.
Beyblade Shadowheart.
Beyblade Shadowheart. Drop her right in the middle of the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
And then I'll have my sword. Oh, my sword didn't do anything. My sword didn't go. Why didn't my sword go?
It's not yet.
He goes with Shadowheart.
No,
oh
he's
no,
not.
he has his own initiative. I thought he had his. I thought.
That's why I was
My
like,
bad.
what? Because it's not his turn yet. Damn.
I didn't understand. I thought he went with Shadowheart.
Best be on my way.
We love radiant damage vulnerability. Can I hit him? No, but I can hit this. I did it.
Good job.
Wee. Good job, buddy. You're doing so good. Ow! Why are you attacking a sword? Do you recognize how stupid that is? Joe's middle name is Leroy. You can see where I'm going with this. Leroy Jokins.
Come on, then.
Can I... Oh, he saved? Rude. It's fine, I'll kill him anyway. Okay. Now I'll have her, I guess. You got that one?
Yeah, I'm next to this one's right here, yeah.
Okay. Why are you not running? I'll just dash. Just go like right here.
Hell yeah. Dude, I love Beyblade Shadowheart, bro.
And then fucking get pushed.
So I don't know if it still is a thing, but it used to be if you had enough movement where you could step out of their range and then step back into their range, you could get a second hit. But I don't know if it's, I don't know if you, yeah.
You need to get more water, but you're comfy and warm. Call the cops. Okay, I'll see what I can do. That definitely seems like something worth calling the culps about.
The culps.
Culps. Nice.
Need to find a way forward.
Almost done. They're almost gone.
Oh, that was foolish of that man.
That was the choice you made. No. You broke my concentration.
Oh, no.
You whore. Goodbye.
Nothing will stand in my way.
That was rude. He's gonna kill my sword. Gosh. Stop. Right. There's a lot happening right here, you guys.
Quickly.
If I get him. Is he dead? No, just attack him. Saved your life. Well, I'm gonna loot these bodies.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, if I do it now, I don't have to do it later.
Whatever makes you feel better. Fuck your life.
Bing bong! Do I just want to do it again? Or how many are left?
There's 3 of them left and then a...
3.
If you can go right in there, go for it.
Yeah. Which one is it? I'm not familiar with what it looks like.
It's the angel that's like second to the last row, yeah.
Excuse you. Fuck you. And I'm gonna push him. I'm not gonna push him. Did I just seriously get sad because I couldn't push the man?
Yeah, you did.
These boots have seen everything.
Bing bong, fuck your life. Nice. Let me.
Bolt's pretty effective in here.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty effective in here.
I forgot that I had to play as my sword. Ow, what? Oh, you? Bitch. Oh, my sword's still alive! Ah! Oh.
Wait, why me?
Why is it? Why is it you?
I'm literally not even physically the closest to the door. Don't forget that there's doors on either side as well.
What?
There's doors on either sides of this room as well. Not the door on the back of the wall just opened manually when we, or automatically when we beat, but there's doors on either side too. Don't forget before we go into. Yeah. But also
Cool.
before we go into that next room, we should finish the Yurgir stuff.
Okay.
So we should loot these side rooms, go to Yurgir, and then come back.
Okay.
Or we can come back after, whatever you want to do.
I was just managing my inventory.
You're good. You're good. You don't have to apologize. You're good.
I will always apologize. Difficulty 30. That's not gonna do it.
Also, I apologize if I'm coming off kind of directional in this one. I just don't want you to progress and then not be able to come back to stuff.
No, you're good. I'll try again. That's worse. That's worse. Worse every time. Mm. 29. Refuse to give up. There we go. There we go.
There's no way.
Moving ahead.
I was like, I'll unlock the other one, or I'll try to unlock the other one while she does this one.
Did it open on the first try?
The first try.
Was it a DC 30?
Yeah.
Did you get like a natural 20?
Yeah.
God.
So I was like, there's no way, bro. There's no way.
No, sure, it's fine.
Everything's fine.
It's like a plus 14 to all my shit for unlocking stuff.
No,
But
I'm kidding. It was an 18 on the other side.
Huh?
It was an 18 on the other side.
Okay. Then that makes sense. I was like, how did you even?
No, it's an 18 on the other side.
No. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Hello? Hello? Shit over here. There's a lot of shit in this door. Give me things. It's not giving me things.
It's not giving you things.
It's not giving me things.
That's so rude.
A place
I
of
am
offering to the
covered
Dark
in
Lady.
blood.
May she embrace the entire world.
Honey. Sure. Uh-oh. I'm not smart. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, worked out. It was great.
A pleasurable shiver runs down your spine.
Mm-hmm.
You feel as if you've unburdened a troubling thought.
Oh,
and
I'm sure.
forgotten it forever.
Forever.
I got nice secret flavor. What does that do?
Ooh, I'm resistant to necrotic until next longer rest.
It's unfortunate that we're gonna have to long rest very soon.
What do you mean? We've got plenty of spells.
I have 2 level 1s left.
We got plenty of spells. seems like we need to practice our resource management.
Right, as a spellcaster, it's definitely my resources and not my spell slots.
Spell slots are a resource?
Feed your bodies and rest your
Right, but like,
minds.
it's not that I have
Lady
other
Shar
options.
needs her warriors
No,
strong
that's
and
it. That's
ready.
it. Ooh, food.
Lots of food.
Nice. Fucking mushrooms. Mushroom soup. Yum. Excuse me, there's a spoon here. What do I need to take? Mushroom. Mushroom. Ain't nobody eating here. I'm taking all your shit. The whole fucking table setting's mine, baby. Ooh, I get the fucking cleaver? Hell yeah. I want all of it. I want to leave these folks with nothing.
Nothing left to write home with.
Nothing left at all. And then, what's over here? Oh, there's a bottle rack. Oh, I can't reach it? Why? Is that it? Was there anything over here? No, that's where we came from. And then that's where we came from. Okay. Oh, I need to unlock the doors. Lock-a-picker?
Lock-a-picker?
Lock-a-picker? Lock-a-picker? Lock-a-picker? Look-a-picker. Oh, now I get a natural 20? Now on a DC 14 door? Not on the DC 30? It's fine. We opened it. It's fine. Hello?
Hello?
A mushroom land.
Mushroom?
Looks like an ambush.
You can't ambush me, I ambush you! Oh, against whomst? Oh.
Miss? Fuck you.
Okay. Shoot him. Now he's frightened. And now I'm gonna mock him. You scared? Oh, I successfully mocked him. Look at me go. Oh.
Well, shit. What are you weak to? Nothing. Nothing. You've no weaknesses. You've no
Okay,
weaknesses. Nothing hurts you.
Okay, Andy, go to bed. Get some sleep. I hope things get better.
Oh,
I'm
good night,
sorry he is
Andy.
sick. Yeah. And I'm sorry that you're just like it's stuck at the moment. Okay.
Shit,
I'll just...
what do I do here? I'm in Daredevil proximity. I can't hit any of these people.
Maybe I'll do... Firebolt. Sure. Okay.
Cool.
No. Oh, they're immune to poison. I don't know why I did that. Got scared. Oh, you whore.
This is poisonous necrotic appendage.
Gross. You're just anxious? I understand. Do. How could the mushrooms betray us like this? Oh, you got iced, bitch.
You got iced. Moan.
Huh. Is that all you do? Try to make people scared of you? Oh, you fuck. Alright. Well. Just gonna. Got advantage on this one.
Critical miss.
We're doing
missing
so
wasn't
good.
enough. I honestly didn't
Oh,
even
he's
remember about this one,
immune
or I
to
would have
psychic.
had us rest before.
It's okay.
And it's just gonna be tough. I'm out of spell slots.
Cantrips. Get frosted, bitch. Oh.
Oh, you've come to join the fight. Oh, okay. For a second. Okay. Jeez.
Louise. Jeez, Louise.
I'm immobile? Oh, because I'm frightened.
Because you got frightened, yeah. Oh my god.
Fuck you. What?
The game hates us right now. Okay, what can I even do? I suppose I could upcast Spirit Guardians. I can't upcast? Okay.
Do you not have enough levels?
I don't have any level 3s, but usually you can upcast to a level 4.
Oh,
But apparently
but you don't have.
I can't.
Yeah, no.
I've got level 4 slots. I just...
Yeah. Some of them I think are only that level.
Okay, great. Hit it. Okay. The game hates us
It
a
really
lot
does
right
now.
This one's almost down, so I'm just gonna get that one out.
This is not an opportunity attack. I'm fucking frightened, of course. Okay.
Ooh. Also, a critical miss on something.
Yeah, it was a 2-shot, so I hit the first one.
Mm. Stop.
What? Okay, sure.
Stop. Why? Stop hurting my friends. Oh, thanks.
Uh-huh. And I'm still fucking immobile, so I can't move. Nice.
Really? You decided to
Nice.
attack the halberd? Oh, it's me. I'm like, whose turn is it?
Yeah. It's you.
It's you, but
It's you.
disadvantage. Why do I have disadvantage? Take your point. 1 hit point. Oh. Move, I guess, here. So that you can attack. No, I have to move, then attack. Sure. No target? What do you mean no target? He's literally right fucking here. He's in... There you go. I don't wanna. I'm gonna shoot. Fuck. Is the spiritual weapon really in the way of me shooting this man? Nice.
Oh, I didn't realize that would hit shot. Oh, because there's water on the floor. Ice on the floor, I guess, that turned into water.
I guess. She's fine.
They're all fine.
Let's do this. And then...
Got your haircut and he's looking at it closer and you have so many more white hairs than you thought. Either time to diet or time to embrace it, baby.
Every time my roots grow out, I'm like, oh!
Oh, no!
Don't. I could stab, so it's not gonna do a ton. Or I could do another. Ooh, actually, I might do Pull the Dead. Oh, you saved? You whore. Fine, I'm just gonna attack him.
Nice. Nice.
Got him.
Never wanted these.
Just caught you by surprise. That's fair.
Just coming. Yeah, as I said, it's either time to embrace it or diet again. That's all you can do.
Mm-hmm. My roots have grown out a bit. I'm gonna need to redye my hair here pretty soon.
It's been a long day.
Oh my gosh, it is almost 11.
Mm-hmm.
That explains why I'm so tired.
Yeah.
We've got a big day tomorrow.
I know. So do you want to call it here or do you want to go and do the river conversation first?
Let's call it here, I think.
Okay. So what I think we should do is I think we should go to the fast travel.
Okay.
And then go to camp so that way when we rest and we come back, we'll come back here.
That makes sense. Sorry, I know I took so long on all those trials because I'm
GG's, honest, stop. It took everybody who did it had to go through the same shit with that trial. Like I said, please, I wish you weren't so hard on yourself.
No.
I just wanted you to figure it out. Like I
know, I appreciate it.
know?
Yeah. Astarion, put those abs away. Who are you trying to
do
impress?
not. Don't ever
Who are
do
you
that.
trying to impress,
Astarion, don't you
Astarion?
ever do that. Don't ever.
Don't listen to her.
Don't
listen to her. She
ever.
doesn't have trust
Don't
in
ever
his heart.
change. Don't ever change. All right, it is saved. Oh, we'll have to take a picture too. We'll keep it here and we'll do it in a second.
Yeah.
All right, friends. Tomorrow is a huge day. I know I say that a lot, and I know I'm like, oh my god, it'd be really important if you guys were here, but I genuinely mean it when I say, like, this is the biggest, most intricate thing I have ever planned, that I have ever put together. This is bigger than any archipelago. This is bigger than any sponsored stream that I've ever done. This has been 2 months of hard work, lots of planning, lots of brainstorming, lots of coordinating, and this is the biggest thing and the most exciting thing that I've ever done, and it would mean the world to me for you guys to be here.
Putting all this together.
2 p.m. Eastern.
What's happening, YT? It's PPC Games. Do you want to explain it?
So we are playing the PPC Games, which stands for Pinxel's Pretty Cool Games, which also is kind of just a cute little inside joke / innuendo of my community, where PPC stands for peak poop content because we're adults. So it's kind of just a little double entendre. PPC meaning like my community, but also PPC because it's the Pinxel's Pretty Cool Games. So it is a game show that I am hosting. I invited 6 of my streamer friends to participate in a little race. I gave each of them a game that they've never played before, and they're going to race to beat this game while I am interrupting their gameplay to play mini games.
While you fuck with us.
While I fuck with them, yep.
And I'm one of the players.
Yeah, Gigi's playing. Key is one of the judges. So our wonderful players, if you are not familiar, our players are Brosif, who is one of our wonderful mods, Dirge, who is another one of our mods, and Gigi, who is one of our mods. And then also 3 of our VIPs, who are Codbro Game Time, a.k.a. Emily. We have Rain Playa, a.k.a. Rain, who has been our Night Rain buddy, and Waznow, who is relatively new to the community, relatively new to the channel, and he is one of my Elden Ring friends. So I have 6 of my streamer friends from all different backgrounds, all different communities, all different everything, and it'll be a lot of fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. It is an excuse to fuck with your friends.
It is that too, yeah.
YT, what the fuck?
Yeah, YT,
Why
that's
are
so nice of you to do.
Why? That's so nice. I don't understand. I don't know what to do when people are nice to me.
I don't
did it
understand.
live yesterday. Why did you do it again? Thank you so much. That's so generous. But yes, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, noon Mountain, 11 Pacific, 1 Central.
Yeah.
Pick a time zone.
So just
that
start
works
at
for you.
2 p.m. Eastern and then go back at 1 hour per time zone.
You saw the sub goal? Well, that was very nice of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm so excited and I'm so nervous.
I'm nervous because I hope it goes well.
I want to do good. I want to make sure that I do you proud.
I think you guys will. As long as, listen, the only thing I ask is like I said in our pre-practice meeting, like, just be yourselves. Just don't be like, I don't want to do this thing because I don't want to embarrass myself, because 5 other people are also have to do the thing. So like, just let go and just have fun,
Let it go.
Yeah.
Let it go. Yeah. I need to make sure that I look cute.
Yeah.
I always look like garbage, so I need to make sure that I don't look like garbage.
Oh, I don't know. Should I ask everybody to set up clip commands so like we can make sure that we can get a clip across?
Clip.
Like across all 7? Like, I don't know. We'll talk about it in the morning.
If they can't do that, then at the very least, the clips that we get will be
The
time
stamped. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll look cute. Okay, good.
All right, guys. Like I said,
yeah.
biggest, most exciting thing I think I've ever done. Am I talking about you? Oh my God, there he is. Speak of the devil. We're literally just talking about you. Yeah. So here's Waz, one of our players tomorrow. Yeah. One of the players. I'm so excited, guys. Like I said, I have put so much work into this. I have worked really, really hard. Lots of planning, lots of coordination. This truly is a collaboration of a lot of minds, but mostly this has been a lot of hard work for the past 2.5 months. And I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you guys have fun. Even if you can't be here. Toss up a lurk so that way we can get some discoverability. The algorithm could be kind to us, you know. Gonna be setting up the timer commands in nice. Thank you. Waz, do you have a clip command? Do you have a clip command? A clip command? We were just talking about that. I didn't think of it until 2 minutes ago. All right, I don't have anybody to raid, do you?
Let me see. You do believe so? Amazing.
Perfect.
Glorious.
205 stream streak to Wolfie. That's ridiculous. That's all of 2025 plus some.
I have somebody who's doing a 5-year anniversary stream.
Okay.
Oh, who's ending? Never mind.
I have somebody who's doing an archipelago.
Oh, hoopst.
But what are they doing in their archipelago? Or maybe they're BK'd and so they're like coloring or something.
Yeah.
I'm another Inu fan. Is who they are. Here, I'll post it in chat.
Oh.
I'll post it in chat.
How about I take everybody to you?
Sure. Whatever you want to do, sure.
No, actually, I got it.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like I don't.
You're like, I don't know the words that you said.
I'm so tired.
All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Go hang out with Inu. They raid us all the time. They're very kind. They're very cozy. They are doing an archipelago, I guess. They don't say what game they're playing. They just literally are in the archipelago category, which I didn't know was a category until right now. Anyway, tomorrow, guys, please be here tomorrow. I know I've asked you to be here for lots of streams, but this one is the big one. Please be here tomorrow. If you can't be here tomorrow, please throw up a lurk before you go to bed. Spread the news.
I am also saying please. So we've got double please.
Yes, extra please. Thank you for entertaining me all the Waz, thank you for being here. I'm so sorry. Yes, 1 a.m. is usually when we end on Saturday nights. But thanks, guys. Yeah, go hang out with Inu. Oh, yeah, here, I'll be a good... Yeah, there we go. I was like, I'll be a good streamer.
All of things.
Copy, paste any of the above raid messages. Who cares?
Figure it out. If you can scroll up through chat and find one.
Find either. Who cares? All right, guys, have a good rest of your night. And we will see you tomorrow for PPZ, guys.
I love you. Mwah, 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 mwah.